Topic today is, will MAGA outlive Trump? What y'all think? Or are they done? Also, has Obama outgrown the dems? I don't see him really conversating with them too much. You know what I mean? Politics is in a weird state right now, to be honest. In my opinion, politics in a weird state right now. A lot of people that was seemingly aligned with each other are at odds. Smash that like, y'all. Come in, come in, come in. Well, MAGA outlive Trump. That's the conversation right now. What's good? Come in, come in, come in. Good morning, man. What you got going on this morning? The topic of conversation today. Because it's like, I know people want to be staunch MAGA supporters. They don't want to look like they traded. But what have you traded against? There's no, I mean, Trump got a whole loaf of bread. I didn't see him hand out a slice to MAGA. Matter of fact, do the January 6th people consider themselves MAGA? Because they don't even rep Trump. So the people that that's benefiting from him, January 6th and all these militants and stuff, they're not MAGA. So he was willing to give them a $6 billion slush fund in case they had some gripes about being arrested for trying to take over the government. It just makes no sense, but it makes perfect sense. And those people was not supporting Trump. Those people was not messing with Trump. They was like, nah, we good. Smash that like, come in, come in, come in. Trump set up a whole $1 billion slush fund for these people. That if they don't get it right, we will type situation. Smash that like. What y'all think? Will MAGA outlive Trump? Is any MAGA in here right now? Because like when he first became the president, MAGA was gun ho. You couldn't tell a MAGA supported anything. Trump was their daddy. Trump was their king. It seemed like it made them a little bit more racist. I'm serious. It made the MAGA people in 2025 when Trump took office. MAGA went ham. MAGA was on it. You couldn't tell a MAGA represented nothing. You know what I mean? But now you barely see a MAGA sticker. You never see a red hat. You can look out into a crowd now. You'll never see a red hat. You know, you don't. You know what I'm saying? If you Google MAGA red hats, they all on it. They only selling them on Etsy. They ain't selling them shits like mainstream no more. Remember, MAGA was popping. Now it's something to be ashamed of in my eyes because he never made it into fruition because he did everything outside of making America great. So that could be an excuse. Well, I won't hear. I was, you know what I mean, on some geopolitical stuff. I was being the commander in chief. I had to go fight the war. But even the question of the war, a lot of MAGA people were not Republicans. They were not sliding to the right, but it seemingly Donald Trump with his no new wars. And that's why a lot of them keep coming saying, well, we've been at war with them since 79. No, we haven't. No, we fucking haven't. In the 80s, we sold Iran missiles. The Iran-Contra scandal, Oliver North. You know what I'm saying? Israel and the United States sold Iran missiles. So who knows, they might be firing some of them same missiles. Because we propagated the Iraq-Iran beef back in the day. And now a lot of people, y'all be dealing with y'all politics on y'all sleeve, having emotions. And now we beefing with Iran. Well, the United States military industrial complex is beefing with Iran. And now everybody is taking that as anti-Muslim. Like, Y'all are interpreting shit so the wrong. Wait, you notice that the IRCG is who they're going at. You never heard them say they're going at imams and stuff like that. What's up, Insatiable? Good morning. God bless, brother. Insatiable. Will MAGA outlive Trump? And sending nothing but blessings to you. Smash that like. 5 of y'all in here, man. Let's get them lights up. Insatiable. Will MAGA outlive Trump and did Obama outgrow the Dems? I think Obama outgrow the Dems, grew him because you don't really see him with him. He'll do his 1-2s to pay his respects. But Obama, maybe like Trump, maybe he can start his own. I mean, Kamala Harris might be like that too. Out of if Mom Donnie can do it, come on now. If Mom Donnie can, you know what I'm saying, smash that like. And the eagle flies on Friday, so make sure y'all get out there and give up some of that good goddamn gold so you respect the community's nephew. What's up with you? I'm gonna have to hunt you down. I'm gonna have to get on my bounty hunter, fam. Real, my G. I'm gonna have to get on my bounty hunter. And you definitely know what it is, nephew. The eagle flies on Friday, man. Let you know what's going on with you. What you got going on this Friday, man? The eagle flies on Friday, so Saturday we can go out to play. Charlotte, what's going on? Good morning. Charles Humphreys, what's up with you, Charles Humphreys? Let me put a jacket on you. You always coming through, showing that support. Let me put a jacket on you. Smash that like. Oh yeah, when it comes to politics, well, you better get with it, Insatiable, because that's the new frontier. Everybody's so busy worrying about LeBron going to the goddamn 76ers. They better watch out for Madonna, you know what I mean? In Charles, New York. They better watch out for them the mayors in LA and DC. You know what I mean? Chicago even. There's a lot of, you know what I mean, Democratic socialists that are seizing power, and it's gonna be like a light switch can switch on because a lot of them are hiding. They're telling you the Democrats or the Republicans, and as soon as it's okay, let's go, and they click that light on, you will be surprised. You're gonna be like, God damn. Hey, Lunch, now give me a sound check. Can you hear that music in the background? Is it overpowering the conversation or what? Give me a sound check, Lunch. Insatiable, give me a sound check. And y'all like Lunch and now said, it's Friday. Get over there, you know what I mean, and show some support for your community, y'all. Okay. But can you hear it though? Lunch, they dropping bodies around here, man, and it's a bunch of bodies and house fires. This shit that seemed, I don't know, man. Okay, thank you. Remember your grandma used to say you living in your last days? Shit. This might be the last of the last days, all this creepy shit going around in the world, man. The last of the last, family. There's been an uptick in, you know what I mean, violence. And then I don't see it getting no better. But it's, no, but don't, y'all ever notice the news seem like it's maybe watered down a little bit, maybe it's watered down or something like that, or fixed, like they're giving you what they want you to have. It's 81 degrees, 10 o'clock in the morning. PNG, peace. PNG, have you been watching the joint about called ATF? They just got a new one, number 8, man. What's the climax going? What's going on in the shop, P? You got any new projects coming up? Make sure y'all get over there and check out PNG. shit, the murder rate is popping around here. Oh, y'all know Keyshawn Davis supposed to be punching out for a couple of million too. Get that dope, Keyshawn. What y'all think about Keyshawn Davis? He's fighting Haney or somebody like that. PNG, how you doing, family? What's your take on Obama, fam? PNG News Media News. Do you think that Obama has outgrown the Democratic Party? And have any of y'all got around this, even this riding past Obama's new presidential center? Damn right, you got to go play some bills, Charles. It's Friday. Okay, I'm familiar with Lollapalooza. God damn. I didn't even know Lollapalooza was still around. I remember when the Red Hot Chili Peppers was at Lollapalooza. Damn, I know that shit is packed. I know security up. Have you guys down there and checked it out, PNG? Yo, that'll be some dope content right there just to walk through. Motherfuckers want to know what's going on at Lollapalooza, even the outside of the gate, just to walk through. What part of downtown is it? Or are they using the whole downtown, like the infrastructure of it, like with the stores and everything? Are they missing the stages? Okay. I know that was a quick money maker. That Lollapalooza is gonna make money for the city 6 months before and 6 months after. With you know what I mean? That's how those big tours do it. Only a few artists can do that themselves. Like Michael Jackson was one of them. He could make shit pop from a year before he came there to a year after. But Beyonce and them are more. They can do 6 months. It'll start making money for this area in 6 months after. Okay, it's in Grant Park. Okay. Y'all got a lot of parks there. I know y'all got Hyde Park. I think that's what dude was doing the stealing the electric stuff from. What the dude that they had all the stuff with electricity and the phones and all that stuff. I say he stole it because a lot of these people that we attribute to be the inventor pre-World War II, they weren't really the inventor. They just the one that had the money behind it. You know what I mean? They had more interest monetarily. It's sort of like music. You'll look at an album and it'll say Puff Daddy produced it. He might have came in and said, take that or turn up the vocals. I mean, just like Dr. Dre turned up the vocals, but maybe they had the more money side of it invested. They had more invested in it. PNG, do they ever mention that algorithm that they have? Do they ever out and out just mention it? Because there's an algorithm linked in Chicago and this drill music culture is also involved in it, where tell who they can tell who is going to be next to be killed, go to jail, all kind of stuff from data and analytics. And it was an experiment, which now they're using it all over the country. The data and analytics and how to predict, remember Tom Cruise was in that movie where he was able to predict crime. They got that going on right now. And wait till they already probably have incorporated with that little robot dog looking shit. Big boy, shout out everybody coming through. Well, MAGA outlived Trump. Obama outgrow the dems. The socialists take over. Who divided America? What y'all think about them socialists? PNG is the socialists trying to get a foothold in Chicago in the forefront that you know of right now. Because I'm telling you, it's gonna come out of nowhere. They've been here. They're part of those weird people that was having the drag queens read in their library, because there's so many people that are underneath the Democratic and Republican banner. And then when you separate those groups, there's so many people under those banners. So there's a lot of people that's involved with the Democratic Socialists that are on different spectrums. They're on different spectrums. Some of them are the radical Nazi type of Democratic Socialists. Some of them are the calm, cool, collected, creepy, behind the scene Democratic Socialists. You know, it's just different kinds. LGBTQ, got some of them are Democratic Socialists. Y'all notice the LGBT community is on the front of a lot of our militant stuff throughout the decades. Women's suffrage was pushed by the LGBT community, Eleanor Roosevelt and them. Know what I mean? Even the Black Panthers had their start. Some of those people that was in the Black Panthers was members of the LGBT community in on the West Coast of San Francisco. It's just, you got to think the LGBT have managed to have a nation inside of a nation for decades and build a war chest. And now we just realizing, like, wait a minute, these people don't put a plus sign behind their name and a few more letters. Because remember, we all grew up with the LGBT, but that TQ plus, that's the ones we got to look at. That's the motherfuckers. Well, smash that like, y'all. What y'all think? Will MAGA outlive Trump? Did Obama outgrow the dems? And did the socialists take over? Because out of nowhere, Mom Donnie is the topic of conversation as opposed to any congressman, any senator, any governor. The topic of conversation, if it ain't Donald Trump, is Mom Donnie. And maybe he might not be able to become the president, but he can be a kingmaker. And sometimes they're more powerful. Sort of like Dick Cheney. Remember Dick Cheney? He ain't never have no kind of office, like too much talking about it. But he did have plenty clout and respect. And he knew the inner workings of, DC. Vernon Jordan, he's the black guy. Y'all ever heard of Vernon Jordan? Vernon Jordan know what's going on. But they never think about him as to being the president. He's more like a plug. You feel me? What have y'all haven't noticed that Mom Donnie been? Do you feel we are being watched through our phones? These new we being watched through everything. Our glasses, our refrigerator, anything that's hooked up to Wi-Fi picture frames. You know those mechanical picture frames where they do the digital pictures and shit. You have to link that to a Wi-Fi. You have to put in a email. So it's all linked. They'll take your email and see where everything you're plugged into, and they'll start watching that. But yeah, we've been watched for the last 50 years. Remember, before we even realized it, when we used to be talking about stuff just watching TV, that old one-eyed devil. Remember when it was you could count the devices in your house that was hooked to the outside world, and more likely it was either that radio you had or the TV. Okay, and remember you would be talking about something. Damn, I want some rice and roni. And for that whole week, all of you'll see is rice and roni videos. You feel me? They've been doing stuff like that. And but the technology has been here, but the psychology is our mind is not steady enough to deal with this stuff, so they'll use it in experimentation for years until they really feel like we ready for it as a whole. Like TikTok and all that kind of stuff. That's why they wanted TikTok, because TikTok is one of the only algorithms that the United States don't have a hold on. Notice that when you order all that shit from TikTok, that shit coming from China. Everywhere else besides America. So that means the same way they can convince you to buy something off of TikTok, they can convince you of something, to believe in on TikTok. Like, it's a quick way to brainwash. Because a lot of these people out here be talking all this stuff online, they saw it on TikTok. They never researched it for themselves. They listened to AI tell them, something about history, something about racism, breaking down a political schism. They do solve crimes with it. Go Google the algorithm in Chicago. Insatiable. In Chicago, they have a crime algorithm where they can go and find out. That's what I'm trying to say. Even the non-criminal things are linked to the crime to the police now. Like these flock cameras are about to crush, man. I got a live stream coming up this in a few days where we're going to be discussing the flock camera situation. Is it an invasion of privacy? So make sure you got there, gonna get over there and set your notifications for that. That's what we're gonna be talking about this weekend. Also, these data centers with the utility. Everybody talking about their utility bill is linked to a data center. I don't know why we're not out there in the streets for that, but we got out in the streets for George Floyd. You know what I mean? Some dope fiend. That shit be crazy, man. Yep, Chicago has an algorithm where they can predict shit. They've been working on that shit for years too. And they say that shit predict crimes weeks ahead of time. I'm gonna drop the link to it so you can go ahead and y'all can check it out, because a lot of times, and it's through the University of Chicago, a lot of times this shit'll fucking go past our desk and we won't even check it out because we won't believe it's true. We don't want to believe that it's true, but they got some shit for our ass now. Oh yeah, they do. But you know, that's a business. It would be crazy to make something look like it was know what I mean? It's a business. When you the missing kids, all that stuff is a business. So some of that stuff they don't want solved. Is, you know what I mean? It pays the judges, it pays the people that's looking. While filming in public is legal, flock is another animal designed by CCP for total control. Right? It's the linkers to that stuff like China. China, they move off a social equity score of how they you know what I mean, the cameras pick them up and perceive them. They jaywalk, they don't have to go to the court building. If they'll take it out of your shit right there because everything's linked. They'll take it right out your little cash out. You ain't got the money, to put you in the red. It's sort of like that movie they made where you got to pay for time. That's what's gonna happen right now. You're not gonna have to pay for time. You're gonna have to pay, you know what I mean, for anything else around it. Like even now, how you okay? We got DoorDash, but you still have to pay that little bit to get on it. Yeah. You still have to pay to use the app. Like when you order something, you can pay to drop the person who go pick it out for you, but the DoorDash take their little cut. Everything is gonna be for pay. Nothing's for free these days, and nothing's even solid. Who the fuck? When the last time you bought a CD, a tape, or even one of those devices? You notice that the phone has taken the place of about 50 devices and 50 jobs, because no need to call a cab company. You can just get online and get a lift. You know what I'm saying? No need to go pull up at the drive-thru. You can get the drive-thru brought to you. Insatiable. How is it overpopulated? Maybe a little crowded in certain spaces, but we have so much vast land. This country could never be overpopulated right now. All we got to do is build, build, build. We got so much, you know what I mean, open space in America. And not to mention when we open that open space so we can do the same concept of putting people on top of each other. We will never be overpopulated. That, see what I'm saying? That's just a trick by the people that's in power too, to make you think that we'll ever be overpopulated. We can, if that's the case, if it was overpopulated and it is about the citizens, you know that Alaska is crazy huge. We got so much space, man. It's like people that, it'd be a single person, he got so much money, he'll have a 3-bedroom and it'd be for nothing. Why do you have a 3-bedroom and it's just you? Believe that if any of these countries on the planet was overpopulated, it would be a fight for land. You notice they ain't fighting for land these days. People, these geopolitical skirmishes is about resources. Not the land is cool. You can stay on the land, but I want the oil, I want the iridium, I want the gold, I want the platinum. Clean drinking water and water for crops. Okay. Okay, Rob. Insatiable. That's what it is, though. Your opinion is greatly appreciated. There's nothing wrong with having your own opinion. Feel free to speak your mind. I mean, that's what we're doing this for, to provide a platform for Americans. You know, maybe somebody can give us some understanding on it. Clean drinking water and water for crops. Man, if the United States is the greatest planet, the greatest country on the planet, we can do whatever, man. Ain't no such thing as no clean water and no crops, for real, with America. Because if you think about it, y'all, we are funding and supplying half the world so they can have clean water and crops. So, you know what I'm saying? All we got to do is pull back and start taking care of home first. See, man, we don't got in that we got in that granddaddy state where we take care of everybody else before we even get ours. Everybody else taken care of. The topic this morning, y'all, is will MAGA outlive Trump? Did Obama outgrow the dems? Did socialists take over? The show is insatiable. But would y'all agree that MAGA is a entity? A lot of people will come in here and say MAGA doesn't exist. It's an ideology or a concept. Does anybody agree with me that MAGA does exist? Woo. And what happened to all the people that was coming in here kicking that Project 2025 shit? Where are the Project 2025 people at? Okay. So what kind of learning disability? Insatiable. Dyslexia. But that doesn't, you don't have a learning ability. Maybe you learn different. You feel me? Because there's a fine line between learning and indoctrination. Just say you learn different, family. You know how many people didn't finish school? Think about all the people that achieved things and accomplished stuff before the modern school system was incorporated, and and it all was from learned behavior. And I mean, there's a lot of people in the inner cities like that. They didn't complete school, but they're proficient in all kind of, you know what I mean, craftsmanship. And even in businesses, a lot of people that never went to school that own grocery stores and um, different businesses, and they learn, you know what I mean, the basics and how to do it from like one of their parents or one of their mentors. School is just a house, just sort of like church is. It's not where you can. It's not the only place you can learn. School is not the only place you can learn, and church is not the only place that you can worship God, or the synagogue or the masjid. They're not the only places that you can worship God. You understand what I'm saying? So when people say I didn't finish school, sometimes that might have helped you out. And once again, insatiable, I would say you just learn different. There's no such thing as slow to learn because everybody don't interpret things in the same way. Or, you know what I mean? But people gotta stop thinking that school is the end all be all. School ain't, you know what I mean, the only place that you can learn something. It's one of the quickest ways to get indoctrinated and something that somebody wants you to learn, like the schoolhouse. And then even with the free lunch situation, you know how much control they had over the population with the free lunch situation at schools? Y'all don't even see it. You know how much population control that the public school system even has? Because the public school system, for real, can determine who's gonna do what in the world, who's gonna be what. Because, you know what I mean, to a certain extent, to a great deal. That was another spot where they could have did some education warfare. You feel me? Indoctrination and education warfare. You feel me? Smash that like. Will MAGA outlive Trump? Did Obama outgrow the dems? Did socialists take over? Smash that like. Because right now, I'm telling y'all, Donald Trump, man, everybody running around here, they Donald Trump up. What happens when he's not the president no more, or it's time for him to step down? You think all these MAGA people gonna roll with him if he says some come on and go, it's time to break out type of shit? Smash that like, y'all. Double tap the screen. 7 of y'all in here, man. Let's get this conversation popping. Will MAGA outlive Trump, man? Is Trump got a hold on y'all that even when he ain't the president, you're gonna still support all his ventures? And will Trump survive Trump? After he's not the president, will he still be making lucrative deals and, you know what I mean, enjoying his war chest that he's managed to accumulate? I think a lot of these politicians might be mad with Trump because a lot of them has tried to do the same thing he did, and he came through the ranks, skipped over them. He didn't become a congressman. He didn't become a senator. Y'all don't see that. Trump went straight to the top. He was the president. You understand? And there's a lot of these senators and congressmen, that's their ultimate goal. Their whole life, they wanted to be the president. They want to be the president. And here comes this guy that was a failure at nightclubs and casinos and stuff. You know what I mean? Had a little TV show. Maybe he's just entertainment. Steps over them and does their job. Like politicians, I'm telling you, politicians, they don't like that Trump is the president because he's not one of them. They will probably accept Trump if he was one of them. Trump is not a politician. Trump is somebody that playing a part of a politician or learning it as he go. You know what I mean? I say he's more of a actor and a willing participant with the Army, with the military Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's more as the commander-in-chief right now. President, nope. He was the president on his first tenure. Now, right now, he's the commander-in-chief. That's the only reason they brought him back. You got to know it. Dude got a felony. I mean, you know how hard it is to get a job with a felony? But seemingly, this whole regime is crazy. Elon Musk got sent home, and then he became a trillionaire. Who loses their job? You know what I mean? The whole branch shut down and then become a trillionaire. Who does that? You understand? You got to, and the whole time, look at Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and anybody else that's associated with them. This whole time, they've been making billions of dollars. And look at Elon. He was just standing at the resolution desk next to Trump, but then they had a little beef. He should have been shunned. Seemed like he blew up after that. Right after that, okay, he exposed that he put some money into Trump, 300 and some million. So you know he wanted a high return, and he got the highest because he got up to $1 trillion, but he like gold and all the other little commodities. He's not a trillionaire today. You know what I mean? Because the stock failed, and it was all unrealized gains. We got to know that when they tell you he's a trillionaire, he's not really a trillionaire. It's going off of unrealized gains. Remember they were saying Kanye was a billionaire? It was because he had signed a contract with Adidas that he would get $500 million for 4 years, but that would be $2 billion. So he was, you know what I mean, and he was guaranteed that contract before, you know, all the stuff was said. And ain't that crazy how they blacklisted Kanye? But all of y'all guys come in here and same thing, say up what he says, like down with the Jews and the Jews are flaky. And y'all even blacklist Hitler. Y'all don't let y'all kids can't wear a Hitler shirt, even if they like just bucking like that. They can't cut their mustache like Hitler. You can't bring his name up. You can't throw your hand up in a Roman salute, or you're gonna be interpreted as mocking Jews or in Hitler. But you come in here and say, it's the Jews. The Jews on America. Down with the Jews. That's Hitler talk. Y'all don't even realize that. A lot of y'all you gotta reevaluate y'all trends and, I mean, catchphrases. Look, religion is the cause. Gypsy. What about the people that come in and it's the Jews? And then and if you say, well, what about Hitler? Hitler was bad. No, you're saying the same thing he was saying though. He was bad, but you mimic him, it don't make sense. It's always the Jews, as y'all say. And it doesn't matter who's saying it, they all say it. The Jews are paying all the politicians. That's what Hitler was saying too. It's crazy. But you'll be ashamed if you see one of your kids with a Hitler shirt on, or he did that to the Jews. But you are willing to say that they're the ones doing everything. It's the same thing he was saying. That's why I know this stuff is going Democratic, socialist, And that's going to be the biggest threat right there. Them socialists, no matter they put progressive, Democrat, farmer socialist, people socialist, worker socialist, whatever, socialist is not good in my book, especially in this capitalistic economy. Although, you know what I mean, if it would have started out as a socialist country, okay, let's see what it do. But now that we are so deeply um, rooted in being not a craftsman, not an inventor, or even a, you know what I mean, producer of anything, we have become the #1 consumer on the planet. That's why it's heavy tariff talk, because that's all we doing is import, export. You know what I mean? Importing a bunch of Chinese stuff, exporting a bunch of American dollars, debits, and credits. So, you know what I mean? I mean, really, insatiable. So that is where we are important to them as the collateral damage. That's why they don't want us fucking with TikTok. I keep telling y'all, TikTok ain't no fun, whimsical Instagram, do it for the gram. TikTok is a valuable algorithm, okay? It can record all y'all trends, everything you like, everything that they can get you to like, know what I mean? When you sad, you can go get, and the word says, you know what I mean? They got it all, because they know that in the future, there is going to be no reality. Everything's going to be augmented reality. TikTok got an algorithm outside of the United States spirit of control on the internet. That's why they was trying to say, nah, y'all can't come to America and bring that shit over here, because then, you know what I mean, you would be able to infiltrate. They flip that switch and now it's time to indoctrinate. You know what I mean? See y'all, what's up? Why many legal immigrants support Trump? Because they come from socialist and communist countries. They already know better. Right, yep. It's already the plan. They already know to fall in line. The strong man. See, Trump is not a politician. He's a strong man built off the guns. Every year for the physical, they do, whether we're going to do guns or butter, they always pick guns, but Trump is a strong man. He got the military industrial complex behind him. That's why he talks shit to so many people. He like, better get with it. You know what I'm saying? He got the big guns. You say socialism is bad, yet the top 3 most prosperous nations are forms of democratic socialism. That doesn't mean anything, Gypsy. They're not America. See what I'm saying? That's like when people say, what did Obama do for black people? If a black guy married a black guy by way of the LGBTQ stuff that he allowed, that's what he did for black people, because they were Americans. You got to stop, because America is a different kind of, you know what I mean, it's an experiment. Ain't no other countries on the planet like America. TikTok scenes curse so many people die behind. But TikTok is an algorithm. It's no less it's a way of life. You know, like a lot of y'all used to be doing it for the gram and Facebookians and shit. I can go way back to what's the old school one on MySpace. You feel me? See, you keep saying the 3 major countries. That's why we can't really, because we got to be thinking about what's going on with our country. Yes, it really does mean something. It means that it works. Name the 3 major countries. I'm gonna indulge you in that for a minute. Name the 3 major countries that is working there. I mean, exactly. Countries are not even countries. They're conglomerations. They're S corporations. They're companies, and they can dissolve and be created. You know what I mean? With the snap of a finger by the powers that be. You just go through history. Some countries have a shelf life of like 2 days. It doesn't mean nothing. This is a totally different beast. Because even if they was to elect a bunch of Democratic socialists, you know, somebody else can trend and they'll start electing them. This is America. Y'all know this is narcissistic, finicky, you know what I mean? Trendsetters. Those countries, I mean, if I was a rich billionaire, why would I want to be a Democratic socialist? That's the ones that they trying to get, ain't they? Even if you're rich, just say you get a few million. Maybe your mom left it to you. You start a successful business, you prosper. The Democratic Socialists gonna say, hey, they're gonna do just like the tax people. The Democrats and the Republicans, we need a cut because you're rich. We need to pay for this water foundation because you're rich. Who the hell? I'm a human, like white man or Chinese man, Mexican man. That's what it is, boss. Norway, Iceland, and Denmark are Nazi enclaves. Look at you name Norway, Iceland and Denmark. You do realize they got a lot of money from Vikinging, because Viking ain't a person, is an action. You do realize that, right? They are a enclave for, they like, it was the slaves of the Nazis, right? Do realize this, right? And they got a and they're not successful because of um that they're democratic socialists. They're successful because they have a few money chips where they at, like some rare earth minerals, shall we say. You know what I mean? They got a lot of oil reserves and stuff like that. Before that dude came over there and found that oil, you know they was broke, right? You got to do your history on these guys. Norway, Iceland, and Denmark. Before a Arab guy came over there and found the oil for them, they was broke. I think that was in the 60s. Don't try. Communism ain't got nothing to do with it. Socialism ain't got nothing to do with it. They had a money chip. An Arab dude, the same dude that helped them find the oil over there in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and all that stuff. He came to, you know what I mean, up north, those Norse people right there, and helped them find this oil. That's why they got money, man. Not because of that socialist stuff. Shit, you better tell that to the Patriots. They was great Viking. Viking is not a person. Viking is like a verb. It's like to raid. Y'all gotta see people like, I'm a Viking. No, you're not. A Viking is a verb. Smash. Yeah, everything should be free because they got oil. It's sort of like Trinidad and Tobago. They got a bunch of oil too, as well as Guyana next to them in South America, next to Venezuela. Yeah, I just said that oil and gas, and the Arab dude found that for him. See what I'm saying? They don't make their money because of it works because they got a motherfucking a gas station going on like Iran. Iran got a gas station. Also, you know, they the conduit up up top with because you know we only know about commerce that go through the Middle East and you know what I mean the Southern Hemisphere. The Northern Hemisphere got a whole lot of gates and locks and keys too, and that we're not privy to because we're not in the European. You know what I mean, fold like that no more. But you know they got a bunch of shit up there too where they controlling like sort of like the Strait of Hormuz stuff. They got a bunch of stuff like that too where they do got ports and stuff where they do commerce back and forth intricate to the global. You know what I mean shift. Jay Sizzle says Vance and Trump 2028. Which Trump though? Maybe Trump gonna put his son in the forefront. I think the whole politics needs some motherfucking new faces, man. The politics do need some new faces. Everything you texted, I said right before you texted. So let me see. Norway country is oil green energy. Man, Norway sucks. Denmark sucks. Sweden sucks. And do you know that most of the outside stuff they doing is in America? Sweden has a missile mechanism operation in the state of Virginia. Google it. Sweden. Okay? Imagine it. Imagine getting one and dying from it. Smash that like. Imagine not getting it and dying. It's the same thing, dude. All that shit a placebo in your mind. What's gonna happen? Gonna happen. It's just your fate. Get up every morning and roll the dice. What happens? What happens? Whatever they land on. Snake eyes, craps, whatever. Keep rolling. Double up, double up, double up. And also, if you living dangerous out there, only thing that beat a double cross is a triple cross, family. Smash that like. Enjoy your life while you have it and live it, man. But other countries have oil, the democratic socialism from work. Well, let's talk about democratic socialism in America. What are you aware of? We could talk about those countries all day. They will have no effect on me. Maybe your mind. But let's talk about democratic socialism in America, dude. What does it have to offer Americans, Gypsy? All that is they already set up. You see what I'm saying? They don't have no power though. They just got a little bread. They comfortable. Norway, Sweden, Denmark ain't got no power. Motherfucker, go over there and wipe them out right now. Trump is threatening them right now. Like for what's that? Greenland. Cut it out. They have no power. Money ain't shit in the real world. You know what I mean? Money ain't nowhere in the real world. It's power. And matter of fact, a lot of their stuff is German. A lot of the stuff in Norway, Germany. Remember, Germany is the superpower in Europe that's quiet. They never lost their prestige because they always known to bust ahead. Y'all notice that Germany did not get conquered. They just got absorbed. Okay, y'all, chill, 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 chill. That type of shit. Okay, cool. Democratic socialism in America. Police, fire, military, education, social security. How big? Yeah, the whole thing. That's the democratic socialism in America. And guess what? Now they want to defund the police. Okay? Now the fire department, look on the TV. Everybody that's associated with the fire department is doing some weird shit on their phone. Okay, hold on. Education. You go look in the room at little Bobby or go ask one of these kids a question. They'll say the Pee Wee Herman shit. Huh? What? Know what I'm saying? Okay, it ain't working here. You see what I'm saying? Social Security. They is in question that if you'll have any in a couple of years. So that ain't working. All of that shit is in the red. Everything you said was in the red or under scrutiny. So how is that working in America? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Americans, you know what I mean, are comfortable with things. You know what I mean? Most of us say we want change, but we don't like it when it happens because, wait a minute, whoa. Because we expect a certain, you know what I mean? And then we have stations in life too, and also caste. You know what I mean? If you can understand America, you just named 1,000 things, damn near, that none of them ain't working. Smash that like. All the socialist stuff ain't working. Smash that like. Because what it becomes is like, yeah, beliefs divide America, exactly. Beliefs. And superstitions also. Superstitions do a great deal of harm to American psyche, man. Superstitions that we all have about each other. And that's what divides America. The stuff that we say in our homes about each other. You know what I mean? In opposition. That, you know what I mean? Gee, wait. Why ain't working here? Because we are oligarchy. You say why socialism is bad. Nah, don't. We ain't allowed to work. It don't work. Socialism don't need us. I thought we needed socialism, huh? It's the other way around though. Socialism needs us. Americans aren't willing to go all the way overboard. Some of us get involved in it because we have nothing else, and it'd be like all this shit we learned in junior high school and talked about in college and smoked weed and sipped mushroom tea and we politicked about Camus and all this stuff. Now we get a chance to fucking implement it. There's a bunch of armchair democratic socialists running around. Want to be Trotskys. They gonna get us fucked up with that bullshit. And now they didn't have a master war chest because some of them LGBTQ, some of them Democrats, some of them Republicans, some of them Green Party. Is a lot of them out here, democratic socialists under all these banners. That's gonna be the hidden nation that's gonna pop up and say, surprise, we running things. You know what I mean? We running things. Smash that like. What's up, y'all? I quit watching TV, eating candy, and doom strolling. Staying praying, fasting, and looking for God. I feel different now. They can fix me, not the world. That's what it is, family. I like that. So did you see a drastic change in your weight that you changed your diet? And when you say you looked it for God, would you say you went and searching for like different religions or different states of nirvana? What was your strategy? Let's look at education. Worst ranked state in the U.S. are not states. Why? because the states are regulating what we learn. Well, shit, Mississippi. I used to talk about Mississippi, right? Talking all this stuff that they was uneducated, right? But Mississippi has a better education now than a state that's crossed the Mason-Dixon line. Remember, all the people up north, I think they smart, and within miles of the White House. Maryland, the state of Maryland, is now behind education-wise than Mississippi, which y'all was rating that as one of the lowest of all time at one time. Smash that like. Trump is the best, says Frank Easy. What's up with you, Frank Easy? That's what it is, fam. Trump is the best. I'll go for it if you do. But that's what it is, Wolf Shield. When the last time you been riding your bike, fam? Smash that like. Will MAGA outlive Trump? Anybody take that question on? Will MAGA outlive Trump? No, because it's a education. You got to educate yourself. When you go to school, you receive a proper indoctrination. They lose because it's not their time. Big hand. They don't lose they lose because it's not their time. You know that all this stuff is already written 20 years beforehand. Data and analytics. You know? Algorithms. The CIA. It sounds like a movie, don't it? But y'all know the CIA just went over there and negotiated some shit with Cuba. Huh? Smash that. What y'all got going on this morning? What country you in, Gypsy? Germany. Are you a Roma? I know you got that Gypsy in front of your name. Are you Roma? Shout out all my international supporters coming through this morning. Smash that like, man. Will MAGA outlive Trump and has Obama outgrown the dems? Boss titties, you like a Socrates or somebody. The world is one home. Free. That's what it is, fam. Don't put a jacket on you. You wear it enough to, you know what I mean? To start a dope conversation, I see. Let me see here. Free. Speak your mind, brother. But all I say is don't weaponize it. Anybody that has a jacket here, I don't need you even to monitor the people that's out of line. I'll get them. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm in the U.S. The gypsies actually originated, yeah, in India. And left due to social laws and easier with it. Yeah. And they went through Spain and Ukraine and they branched off. Also sort of like the Aryans with that Nazis and them snatch on too. The Aryans did the same thing. They went along with the gypsies. You know what I mean? The Aryans now. That's how the Aryans got a hold of Europe. And now they got swastikas, you know what I mean, banned. That's why the Europeans were snatching on and saying they were Aryans. Aryans, Scythians. You know what I'm saying? World history is a motherfucker. Since you were out voting age, who is your top pick for worst president? Since I was voting age, for worst president, okay, I liked it Bush Senior, I liked it Reagan, I like Clinton. I'm gonna say my worst president, cause thus far everybody has did their thing, is Trump right now. That's my worst president, and is, you know what I mean. None of them are true Aryans, Gypsy. Iran means the land of the Aryan people. None of those people are true Aryan. They got Aryan in their blood. The word Iran actually means the land of the Aryan people. Go check it out. Most of the Iranians that's in power right now, the regime they're trying to get, are white people. They're from Azerbaijan, the Caucasus Mountains, Georgia, um, the Khomeinis and the Khamenis. I mean, they're from the Caucasus Mountains and that shit. Go do your history. But Aryans, yeah, Aryans, I mean, the Scythians, when by the time they got to Germany, smash that like. I'm gonna say Donald Trump right now. Number one, because he too transparent and he lied blatantly like 6 times and he said a bunch of shit. See, before by the time we got whatever the president did or said, it was a soundbite and just a conversation. Now we getting shit in real time. I would say the worst president right now is Donald Trump of all time. The one before Donald Trump, before then he was good. Everybody, but now when he said that he didn't care about the black people and their going through their financial pain, the white people, and them going through their financial pain, the Chinese people, the Americans. He lost me with that shit. Like, huh? Oh fuck, nigga, you just made $1 billion and you don't give nobody a slice. That's what I'm saying. Eastern, the ancient Aryans originally came from the Eurasian steppes, the Pontiac Caspian steppes, Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Yeah, as part of the broader Indo-European migration. Salute, Gypsy. I'm going to put a jacket on you too. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people don't know that and they go claim it. That's why I think that Aryan Brotherhood and those groups, maybe they should have did a little bit more research on who they was. They should have just called themselves the Dirty White Boys off top. Because it's crazy. The word Aryan is so Asiatic. You know what I mean? And it has its originality in the Caucasus Mountains. Y'all notice they don't call themselves Caucasians no more, but they call us plenty African, and I don't have an African bone in my body. No disrespect to Africa, but I am American, black American. Trump lied through his... All of them lied though. Obama lied. All of them do creepy stuff. You know what I mean? Where Trump is in Iran doing something that I'm like, what? Obama went to Jamaica and did something that I was like, what? You know what I mean? And I don't hear nobody ever coming in speaking on that. And if I speak on a few of my people that's in Kingston or that really know what's going on, they be like, yeah, he did. Y'all know that Obama went to Jamaica looking for a drug dealer from the 80s and tore that little Kingston neighborhood up, killed people, you know what I mean? Dragged people out their house and all kind of stuff in the name of, you know what I mean? That stuff is crazy, man. He called Pete Tesfaye by his real name, Death. I'm talking about in reality, Sharp. He will lie to you in your face and all that innuendo stuff like that. That's just like speculation, hypothesis. He'll tell you some stuff like he got people thinking that he didn't promise no new wars. He didn't guarantee it. Like, you know what I mean? Hitler appealed to the worst in people to justify. No, Hitler appealed in, you know what I mean, the real in people, what they really wanted. Because the same stuff Hitler was saying, they saying it now. The same shit that Hitler was saying, they are saying that shit now. What was Hitler saying? Gypsy, name 3 things that Hitler was saying, and I bet you can. They saying it now. They saying it's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. Hitler, that's his main thing why he can't come around to the barbecue no more, right? You can't cut your mustache like Hitler. You can't wear a brown shirt with brown, red, black, and white, no swastika. You better not. Even the most staunch white supremacists won't fuck with it. That's why they got their own section in democratic socialism. Know what I mean? Them motherfuckers is a rare breed. Them Hitler motherfuckers that ain't scared to do that Hitler shit. You know what I mean? Smash that like. Everything that they were saying Hitler was saying now is fashionable to say it. Might sound unchristian and possibly genocidal, but I don't care about anyone on this planet except myself and my daughter. Nah, that's the truth. I mean, I understand it. Big hands, do you, family? Gamer, what's been up? I'm convinced Trump will rule live forever. He already is a walking senile corpse. Yeah, we were talking about that Michael Jordan Hitler mustache. So he missed up with that one. Hitler said it was the Jews' fault that Germany was poor, was fault. But guess what? No, Trump is saying, no, everybody, but that's what I'm trying to say. Trump ain't saying it's the Jews. Trump working with the Jews if it leave it up to y'all. He's working with Netanyahu. It's the America that's saying it's the Jews, not Trump. See what I'm saying? Don't blame that on Trump. We can't blame everything on Trump. America is saying it's the Jews, not Trump. That's what's so crazy. Y'all not seeing that. Y'all saying the same shit Hitler was saying. Not Trump ain't saying it. Trump working with him. Trump working with Netanyahu. Now, I ain't looking through no liberal lens, dude. I'm looking through, you know what I mean, your eyes. You know what I mean? You trying to clean it up. Y'all are saying it's the Jews. But that's the same thing Hitler was saying. But you can't even wear a Hitler mustache or a Hitler t-shirt. But you can spit his terminologies and his dogma. That's what's so hypocritical about half of y'all. Oh, not me. Okay, salute. Dirty, what's up? Extreme stupidity will outlive Trump, but I think MAGA will fizzle out. Okay. So you don't think MAGA has put itself in society? No, Hitler didn't use Jews. Hitler was trying to get rid of them. And I think the powers that be gave him his chance. If he could have pulled it off by the proper resources, he had the technology and the means to do it, the mind and thinking, but they didn't have the resources, the heart. You know what I mean? They didn't have that. With resources, they would have took over. I'm telling y'all, every time it's a them against us type of situation with the powers that be, that's the only thing that can happen is a world war. That's what we coming to. The powers that be is the ones that want the LGBTQ stuff that are, and then it's the ones that are the holding it down. But outside of that, somebody them came up and managed to get a foothold on power is these people, the technologists. So we got the free-spirited, you know what I mean, Jonestown. We got the staunch, granddaddy ones. Peace and love. What's up with you, OB? What's up with you? Who talking shit about the host? He ain't used them as an excuse. He used them. He spoke for everybody else in Europe. They wanted him out. He was the only one man enough to do it. You know what I'm saying? And then it got out of hand because he started taking other shit because he needed the resources. You know what I'm saying? He tricked them. Smash that like. Trump's not playing everybody on earth. Trump knows exactly what he's doing. It's his job. Trump is, I mean, fulfilling a job. He's being allowed to come back as a president with a felony, get all this money, and don't say nothing about what he talked about with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He is not attached to the Senate or Congress and nothing he's doing, so he's not the president. He's not dealing with the people because the Senate and Congress are the direct representation of the people, right? Trump is a military, you know what I mean, commandant right now. He no less Fidel Castro. You know what I'm saying? He ain't playing all sides, he's playing his position. The Joint Chiefs of Staff, the military industrial complex needs him because they the ones that's in power. They don't give a fuck about what Americans do. They know we all spoiled, we're all narcissistic. You know what I mean? Let us fuss over tariffs and stuff because that's all we do is order off Temu and shit anyway. Yo, TMB, what's up with your partner? What's going on, TMB? It's Friday. The eagle flies on Friday. The chips pop off. Make sure you get over there to the Fifth Wall. You know what I mean? Sugarland somewhere where you can put some money into the community family, and they go for all y'all and all of us, man. The eagle flies on Friday. Like Lunching Out came in here and said earlier. The German people knew the Jews was a problem because number one, you got to go back to history. BMC dropping knowledge. It said someone filming themselves playing video games is getting thousands of more viewers. But that's what it is. They don't want you to know the truth. They want you to stay subdued. But notice, all the ones that's playing that video game, they ready to go to war because that's what they're looking for. They want them to play video games so they can get good. Next thing they know, they're going to be desensitized and dropping bombs on motherfuckers. You know what I mean? No, Trump, that's a part of his revenge, narcissism stuff with the illegals. And there's a play on the poor people. You know, the poor people always look at somebody that they consider poorer than them or that's getting theirs, and they want them out. That's the satisfied, like the poor MAGAs. Look, we're trying to make a place for you, but they getting the illegals out, but they ain't making a place for the poor MAGAs. They ain't giving them shit. That's what's so crazy. That was the thought the Democrats planned. You know, the Democrats had a couple of million migrants, shall we say, waiting at the border of Guatemala and Mexico. If they would have won, Kamala Harris would have won, it would have been millions of migrants would have came here. And you know, like they say, the South will rise again, but this time they're gonna be speaking Spanish. You know what I mean? Avocados from Mexico. Y'all better stop goddamn going dealing with this shit like it's a game. Right, but shit, do you blame them? Y'all notice Hunter Biden is coming out the woodworks lately. Hunter Biden ain't no, I mean, see, he's of that age, 60 and below. People 60 and below are the most engaging people on the planet. When in the 70s, when you were 60 years old, you was in a rocking chair or something. Now 60 is like the new 40. Hunter Biden was on some shows and he said he support Gavin Newsom. Right. That's the foot soldiers. Poor, ignorant racists blamed illegals for being poor. Trump said they were right. Hitler said Jews were. But you know that the people they call Jews, those Yiddish cats over there in Europe with the yarmulkes, they owed them. The German people owed them for wars. Google Jakob Fugger, man. Jakob Fugger. The Pope owed him. They crossed him so that the debt would be, I mean, and that was way before this Hitler stuff. Go Google Jakob Fugger, man. They've been saying it, but that's the same thing y'all saying now. That's what I don't understand, Gypsy. You writing all this shit about what Hitler did. No, what's going on now, fam? We can talk about that stuff all we want. What's happening in America is the same thing. You're blaming the Jews, and now they got a home base all the way in what they call in the Middle East, Northern Africa. The Jews, the Jews, the Jews. That's the same thing Hitler was doing, but making up a bunch of excuses. But Hitler said, and Trump is, nah, Trump ain't saying nothing about the Jews. He working with them. And you know it's going to be some shit. When we hear Trump say it's the Jews, we all fucked. When you hear Trump say it's the Jews, we are fucked. Know what I'm saying? Or if you could go pull a soundbite of Trump saying it's the Jews, no, just know what I'm saying? That shit's crazy. It's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. Word. Mm-hmm. Well, it's the same thing. Y'all know they just brought a one of the largest joints in the country, independent prison, and they're gonna turn it into an ICE facility. So it's the same thing. Concentration camp, intern camp, detention center. In my hood, you say detention center, you're going to juvie. So hence, I mean. Lewis, you left me your number with the letter R. The name is the letter R. So somebody left me a number, but it wasn't Lewis S. Maurice. It started with an R. Smash that like, y'all. And what you think? Will MAGA outlive Trump? Yeah, was it does your name start with an R? The only person I got the number from was somebody that name starts with an R. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Make sure y'all taking the poll as y'all come in. Yeah, what was your name though? You know what? That's what it is, Maurice. Yeah, he wanted to open Alcatraz back up and make that an intern joint, and that would have been crazy. See what I'm saying? He was doing a lot of that. You know, the one that he opened up in Florida, they shut that down. Salute. You better know it, Louis. That's why I'm asking you, because you know what I'm saying? It's all, you know what I mean? Don't go MK Ultra on me, family. But the alligator Alcatraz, they had to shut that down. They wasted all that money. I wouldn't say nothing because I'll probably be the one that's cutting the line. Kaboom! Guess who stepped in the room? What's up, Sassy Mo? Sassy Measy? What's been up with you? Triple OG, what's been up with you? I picture someone cutting the line, okay, or something, or just let 100 more people cut the line. You'll never get in the ride if you don't. I'm gonna tell you something, family. I'll probably be the person cutting the line, but as I've grown and matured over the last 50 some odd years, not so much. But I wouldn't say nothing to somebody to cut the line because for the most part, people don't do that stuff unless there's some rude, I mean, out of pocket person that might need a little tighten up. So I enjoy them if they get in front of me. I keep a little poker or a cut or something. I'll poke their ass or cut their shirt or something. You know what I'm saying? For disrespect, especially if it's with my kids, getting in front of my kids or something. Hey, Louis. Okay, right. You about to go before they change you, right? Getting that winter gear up. Shit, if we have a winner though, who knows if we gonna have a winner? It's warm right now. Yeah, those guys that escaped Alcatraz, yeah, they wrote a letter to their peoples and everything. They knew they escaped. I'm gonna tell you something. The feds probably found them, and it's more interesting for them to stay out as opposed to making them a martyr or a spokesman for escape from the penitentiary. Right. I keep it like an ice pick or something, so I poke their ass. Ah! Salute, greatly appreciated too, Louis. We still got the e-bike foundation going on, man. Because as I did my 1 and 2, I was looking at the e-bike as a novelty, but it's some serious things you got to consider and considering what I want to do with it. So I'm at like 375 on the e-bike foundation. I did use some of it for the water drive. We could be doing the water drive again in the next couple of days too. But see what I'm saying? I had to get into it and see what I need to do, what I got to do, and I need to get everything. You know what I'm saying? Salute Melania Trump. Up, cut the line. I'll go across her head. I don't give a damn about Melania Trump. She better respect. What's up with Jordan Maxwell, Sassy? I'm familiar with him. Yeah, escape from Alcatraz. You said no. MAGA would not outlive Donald Trump. What's going on, Robert? Sassy Measy, what's going on with Jordan Maxwell talking about now? Oh yeah, I heard of some of the Alex Jones stuff. Okay, I might have to do a deep dive in it, Alex. See, Sassy, a lot of this times I don't probably research them. You know what I mean? Way back, like Joe Rogan, all of these people. I'll breeze through what they're saying because a lot of them are saying the same things. So you know what I mean? It'll sound like it's overlapping, but I'm familiar with Alex Jones and stuff. Yeah, exactly. I have fell down that rabbit hole on some Alex Jones and there's different things like what's the black guy name? There's something. He be talking some crazy stuff too. It's two of them. It's a dude by the name of Billy, and then there's the black guy with the little salt and pepper afro, and I ain't talking about Cornell. Right, Zazibo. How I came up with my hypothesis and my it's sort of off of researching guys like Maxwell and the guy from the Chariots of the Gods and Sokolov, even Tesla, Nicholas. What's going on, Chucking and Jiving? What's up, family? What part of the country you in today? You still in Pennsylvania? Big wheels keep on turning. Chuck, you know the next joint that they're gonna be talking about heavy is the Christian Rock shit. You think Christian Rock gonna go to jail? Who cares, Charlie? Everybody wife was somebody's girl before they was your girl. Who cares if she was Trump's call girl? Maybe she got herself together. Because when you say stuff like that, that means everybody in church that was a pimp, a hustler, a prostitute, a drag addict, it don't mean nothing. Like they can't change. Oh, you in the dirty? What you about to do in ATL? I hope you ain't on high ass Buckhead. Where you on Camelton Road somewhere, family? I got chills. I love the truth because we the people have definitely been existing in a lie. For sure, sis. Sassy Meezy. You know it's so much obscure shit that's going on and that's right in our face, but we'll be willing to accept what's comfortable. Yes, manipulated, America, gullible, a-holes will always be a part of society. Well, that they are the majority, you know? The ones that kind of really know what's going on, some of them are looked at as like weird and obscure or what you talking about, Willis? That type of situation. Okay, big wheels keep on turning. Chuck, I'm gonna tell you something about you, family, and my observation of you. You stay making that money, man, and you stay moving and doing what you gotta do. You know what I mean? Setting high. We riding big, y'all. Do do do. Remember that Pastor Troy joke? Yeah, you stay get that got that gold gravy train, man. I can't hate on you. You know what I mean? Mama taught you well. You know better than you know what I mean. Throw a good gal away. You ain't got nothing else to go to. And that meaning in your job. I noticed that about you. You one of my little homies like that. He'll quit a job if another job in his field is paying him $1 more. And that's what it is that constant grind and elevation. Every little counts. You know what I'm saying? And that go to all my entrepreneurs out there. Make sure y'all living out y'all dreams because if you don't, you're gonna help somebody else live their dreams out. And like Sassy Mo is saying, and Paul, don't be manipulated. You know what I'm saying? Okay. What's the pros and cons of it? Is it more freedom to lay back when you do go get these loads? Is it they giving you a little bit more leeway time, better pay? The people talk to you different. What's the difference, Chuck? Shout out Sharp. One Wolf Shield also says he was getting his life together too. I got his link posted where he you know was getting his more tools about it. The left versus the right through really doesn't exist. People have been asleep. That's why everything is in a box. Your home, school, work, it's important to think outside those boxes. Boxes trap you, your true self. Right, Sassy? Sassy Mo, you done had some mushroom tea this morning too, because you dropping that motherfucking juice. Better pay, better pay, better pay, and much better pay. Salute the American way. Almighty dollar. Salute, Chuck. What they do for why certainly curly. You know what I mean? Yeah, just studying, right? That's the only way to be. You know what I mean? It allows you to escape the box though. It allows you to escape that box. When you don't see it like they want you to see it. You see it however it really is. Smash that like, man. Shout me out. Shout out everybody coming through. Showing that support. Y'all think let me see. Let me change the question now. Did Obama outgrow the Democrats? Because I'm telling you, Obama is onto something here. Maybe being an elder statesman might be where he's going to be at, but I think they got a position for Obama. If they gave Donald Trump another chance at president, I mean, Obama might become the Secretary of State or something like that. Oh yeah, you graduated from college, and if you are, what's your major? And congratulations, Sam. Yep, you got to constantly elevate, and when you do find, you know what I mean, a teacher, be willing to accept. You know what I mean? Don't ever try to outshine the master. That's all I say about it. And trying to learn something. Even all you master teachers, never try to outshine the master. Smash that like. Shout out everybody coming through. Did Obama outgrow the dems? I don't see him so Democratic Party no more. I see him on some more Obama stuff. What's Obama's mantra? What's he kicking? You know, Trump has his MAGA and everybody else got their little. What's Obama? Rise up. I remember that I was gonna use all rise. You know that all rise is ripped to shreds. I'm gonna try it with a Z. But you know what? I might try it with a Y. ALLRYZE, as in you. All rise. You. Know what I mean? And the Z denoting to everybody, which is the E. You know what I'm saying? All rise. Okay. I might do that. I'm gonna see how that works. If anybody else, you know what I mean? I might make it at allrise.com or .org. Smash that like, y'all. We can have all the technology in the world, but you'll always keep your notes. Smash that like, y'all. Once you know what you're looking at and you try to explain that people, yep, because they already have a pre-cookie cutter thought on what it was. I think George Washington should come back to life and be why? George Washington should come back and be the president for what? He was only a plantation owner. Although we living on a big plantation, but he was no good. George Washington wouldn't have even been able to phantom what's going on now. You do have George Washington, some old white guy. Nah, we do need a fresher approach to it, but I don't think democratic socialism is the way. We need to reach into our treasure trove of intelligent young people, man, of all colors. Not nobody that has a particular agenda they're pushing. We need to put, you know what I mean? It's in our youth. You know what I'm saying? Because all these people are just glorified, you know what I mean, corporation workers. Now that's crazy. I got to put that one up there. We're on the rock. Yep, paying bills on the rock. Who owns this rock? Who? You know what I mean? Who started it? Let me see. I like that. Who was the first person to make somebody pay for a piece of this rock? Ain't that crazy? What's that? Who was that? Prudential. Get a piece of the rock. That was that. Who was the first person to make somebody pay for a piece of? I mean, yo, you owe me two coconuts. Why? You know what I'm saying? Who was the first person to charge somebody, fam? Smash that like. That's the irony. It's sort of like remember the old school Tarzan joint? The some white guy can swing through the jungle better than someone that was born there. I lost faith in the world with Tarzan. Right. So you know what, Sassy? I say grow your own and get heirloom seeds from across the water, like the Netherlands and Amsterdam. You know, get some heirloom seeds and grow. Start you a little grow kit. Is it legal in your area where you at, Sassy, to grow it? You know, you're super knowledgeable. I say snatch your fruit horticulture books on. You know what I mean? It's just like if you ever grew a tomato, you can grow weed. Who was? What do you mean? Who was all of our founding fathers? There's so many of them. You have to look at the Constitution and get the Declaration of Independence and all that. And what's the one with John Hancock signed his name real big? There's so many of them, man. I'm starting to find out that John Quincy Adams, the son, was kind of interesting. John Quincy Adams was on some shit. I'm starting to find out. Like I had did a little deep dive on John Quincy Adams, the man, not the myth. Because a lot of times the stuff people come in here saying to be mythology, it'd be mixed with emotion on history and facts and stuff like that. But I'm saying I did a deep dive on John Quincy Adams was dope, man. His mama and his daddy raised him in the knowledge of politics and everything that was going on in that European ass world. You know what I mean? He saw it all from the coattails of his pops. I mean, he was like groomed to be in government. Perfect for it. His eyes was worldly as a little kid. He used to be on little trips with his pops. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. Did Obama outgrow the dems, man? Did Obama outgrow him, y'all? Or was it? Or is it mutual? Because the Dems are flipping the Democratic Socialists. But y'all been said Obama was a Democratic Socialist. Do y'all still feel like that? You still feel like Obama, way before these people came out of nowhere, like Mom Donnie, what the fuck was he doing before he was the Democratic Socialist mayor? One here in Uganda somewhere. What's up with Mom Donnie? Like, these people came out of nowhere, sort of like Obama. Y'all say Obama, he was a junior senator. He was a lobbyist. It's just obscurity. But what was Mom Donnie doing before this? I got to do a history paper on the founding fathers. I don't really know a lot about them. It's probably because I don't pay attention. Well, I'm gonna let you get to that, Sam, because right now you're fired. I don't want to hold a conversation with nobody that's doing a history report in high school, and that's no disrespect to you, um, Sam. I'm doing you a great favor. I don't want to corrupt your mind. You're young, man. Go ahead, man. Go do your paper, man. Sassy, I say start growing your own, fam, because that's the only way you're gonna make sure that it is got the right ingredients. Oh yeah, exactly. I forgot. Because the first thing he did was the transportation issue in his borough of Queens. What part of Queens was he in? South Side, Far Rockaway. Um, what's that? Rochdale, something Dale, Rosedale. And how long did he live in that community before he was the councilman? Was he raised in that community? Because a lot of times he'll come in just doing a job, not, you know what I mean, trying to make a change for his peoples. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. Did Obama outgrow the dems? Or you think that they still got his full support? I think Obama is probably somewhere either forging his own war chest or aligning himself with some Democratic socialists, some LGBTQ plus, some disgruntled Republicans, some mad MAGA. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, some disgruntled military people. What about all the people that are getting put out of the military, getting their jobs snatched? Like I'm talking about upper epsilon who has power, who other people that were below them still have faith in, but they get taken out of their position by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. What about those people? Astoria, okay, the West Side over there where the Jews at. That's what it is. Astoria is forgotten too. You know, Queens had one of the better um let's say economies in the 80s. Out of all the neighborhoods and spots in America, Queens was looked at as upper middle class black people and people of color. Smash that like y'all. Shout out everybody coming through. But yeah, Obama, man, he just seemed like he might be aligning himself with a bunch of, you know what I mean, people that maybe got bread. That's what Donald Trump did. But right now, Donald Trump is aligned with the military industrial complex. He got the big guns. You can tell he got some guns with him. Don't nobody talk shit that ain't got no power. He running with them. That's why you know all that stuff about them trying to get at him. That's not true. He got access to the highest technology, laser beams, ships with laser beams, planes with laser beams, spacecraft. Because you know he's the commander in chief. He has access to all of that. So we probably never even see Donald Trump. He probably somewhere in the bed eating some rice roni or something. Because he got clones. If Uday Kuse and them and Iraq got clones, you think Donald Trump ain't got about 100 clones? If he got a bunch of airplanes and limousines to distort, you don't think he got people to distort you from when you really seeing him? That's why sometimes he look peppy, and then sometimes like he need an animal, because that's just how politics works. And when he got shot in the ear, it probably wasn't him. That clone probably got nothing, like they do the veterans, and probably shut up. He's probably locked up somewhere. They probably gave him another face and put him. He probably was the dude that had the gas can and the shotgun. It was the Trump clone. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. But what y'all think? Y'all did Obama outgrow the Dems and maybe he gonna take the mantle of the Democratic Socialists? They'll probably give Obama a place with him. Probably be Secretary of State. The 11:30 train coming through. Y'all hear that? Smash that like. It's picking up too. That commerce, that train, that I mean, you know, it's picking up for whatever reason. Shit, why would they make 100 on Silverback? What's going on with you? What's up with your Silverback? Why would they make? They got 100 of them, man. Believe that. If Uday and Kuse got it, they got anything that any country is doing. Best believe they learned it from America, even China. A lot of tactics that are being implemented all around the world had its birth in America. Believe that. We trendsetters. Sassy Mo, you still in here? I dropped uh, um a news clipping in my community post about my kinfolks from the dismal swamp. They was dedicating their little 1-2s in their church, but they kept saying the village. They never said that it was the Aboriginal original black people there. They just keep calling it the village. It's crazy, man. But it is what it is. I think I'm gonna do a documentary on that, maybe, or a little, maybe just even a little video, a little piece on that. Nah, they gonna do what they told. They gonna do what they told. I'm telling you, fam. Because Trump ain't what you think. He is a no less a one of them ventriloquist dummies. Everything he's saying is carefully crafted and created. Like you say, Paris. Everything Trump is saying. No about terror. We must be on to something, you know. When that happens, we must be on to something. Like, I mean, we might have never even got to meet Trump. You know, all this shit is regurgitated. We're meeting the president, the guy that's acting as the president, until you really parlay with Trump and get him at his, because you'll never get his innermost, whoever he is. But once you can be in his inner deep his circle, then you'll know who Trump is. Trump probably some old sick white guy in the back. Because right now he's just a propaganda tool. He don't really hold no power that we don't give him. Okay? He's like somebody's old granddad. He's like Joe Biden opposite. When Joe Biden was in the room sleep, he one of them granddaddies that want to be down with everything. How about y'all peep that? Trump cannot be doing all this stuff every day. You can barely do it. But some 80-year-old guy is up every day plotting to take over the world. No, his brain ain't slipping because there's 1,000 brains. It'll never slip until they need it to slip. As well as with Joe Biden. If he was really incapacitated for 2 years of his term, see what I'm saying? They already know what to do because the same people that was in the White House, it's the same people in the White House now behind the scenes. I mean, you don't hear a real quick regime change like cooks and bellhops and stuff like that. They're the same people that were in that Washington society that's in Washington, but they don't engage with nobody else but political people. You know, it's a whole, I mean, infrastructure, shall we say, monetized infrastructure. But yeah, Donald Trump is just a mouthpiece, man. And nothing really to him. Everything that's being done is being done for somebody else. And the January 6th stuff, it just won't time. And that's why nobody ain't saying nothing about it. Why ain't none of these military people that's getting taken out of their positions speaking up? And if they are, why is it being muffled or ignored? Okay? Why would they allow to say, if you're gay now, you got to get out? Ain't no, we're going to give you a chance to you got to get out. Because they already know who's gay. All this closed caption TV and all this stuff, they already got it on. I mean, right, maybe. So that's what I'm asking with Donald Trump. If he's not in power, will MAGA still move with him? Because a lot of times, those people that did that stuff January 6th, I think Donald Trump used them. He set them up because 75% of them ain't even MAGA. 75% of those people that did that January 6th shit and the stuff that they believe in, they're constitutionalists. So maybe they was in a pact with Donald Trump. They weren't fully backing him. They was allying themselves with him. We got to realize that the January 6th people had a totally different agenda than MAGA. Because if they didn't, they would still be aligned with MAGA. They're somewhere chilling, resting their laurels, waiting for to get the chance to do it again. Maybe they might get cashed out to do it. You know who know a lot of things? The personal staff that runs the White House. Yep. Especially if they've been serving a lot of presidents, like the movie The Butler, right? That's what I'm saying, Sassy. It's a whole ecosystem of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? The butler did it. The maid. Who gonna hear everything but the people inside of the house? I mean, and their kids and the taxi driver, the Lyft drivers, the limo drivers, and the dishwashers, and the people that gotta pull them nasty sheets off the bed with all that crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? They learned to be ears, not mouths, and be shadows, not whole people. They blend in like, oh no, that's just Jeeves. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. Remember Benson, the show Benson? He was the butler, and then he was the governor, only a lieutenant governor. In my mind, MAGA are either racist or brainwashed. The white supremacy is really what they support. Well, yeah, white supremacy, and it's being masked with white nationalism. Yup, Sassimo, they know the whole rundown. But yeah, white supremacy is really what they support, fam. And you'll be surprised the people that support it. Some of your friends, because they look at it as a political movement, not as a brainwashing ideology. Yep, we're the number one product. But they've been the program they've been using for us been defective the whole time. Who is the spokesperson for MAGA Silverback? Do they have a spokesperson? I know there's a lot of things that encompass what we call or think of as MAGA, like the poor people that's in the Appalachians and stuff. I would say they were MAGA supporters. They got MAGA flags in their yard. Stephen Miller and his people are MAGA. I would say the people who's doing the Project 2025 stuff are MAGA. Elon Musk was associated with Donald Trump by way of MAGA because he gave up all the money. Like he said, he gave up, what, $330 some million to MAGA. Not to the Republicans, to MAGA. Smash that like, what's the gray area? There can't be no gray area. There had to be somebody behind the curtain. Remember the Wizard of Oz? No matter how loud the voice is, you'll just be surprised who really is, you know what I mean, at the top of the pantheon of power. Like I said earlier, all y'all will come in here and say, it's Hitler, 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 Hitler. No, he's bad. Then y'all say, it's the Jews, it's Jews, it's the Jews. Like, come on, man. It makes no sense but perfect sense. Y'all want to know what's going on? Check out this book, 1984, man. That 1984, it was written. The have and the have-nots are the only two sides that people really think is Republican. Right, because the Republicans' bills are late as well as the Democrats' bills is late. That's why I understand somebody that's super MAGA. You will come in here and put Donald Trump in lights. Trump, 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 Trump. And go to your kitchen and hit the switch and no lights. Turn your car on. No insurance. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Your bills are late. Who's that at the door? You ducking. But you still got a MAGA flag in your yard. It makes no sense. And Donald Trump is on TV glorifying that he made a couple of billion. God damn. Motherfuckers be happy for Jay-Z and them to go platinum. That's the shit I'm talking about. And that's when somebody said, I took a picture with, I don't give a damn who you took a picture with. What did he tell you? Did he point you where the bread was at? Any of that. If I'm going to meet Donald Trump, man, he's going to be talking about getting some money. I ain't trying to take a picture with him or, hey, I'm your biggest fan, because I'm not. None of them. I know that, you know what I mean? MAGA white supremacists, apples to apples. Label it different. It's all like military mission or whatever. MAGA is different from the military stuff Trump got going on. Like I said, Trump is endowed into the position as the commander-in-chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. MAGA is the foot soldiers on hold in case it has to be taken to the streets or rural or in the suburbs. It's all kind of enclaves of people that are waiting. If Trump says, let's do this. That's why, remember when he was doing all those little shits like putting monkey heads on Obama and them? People were feeding into that shit. And guess what? Everybody that did anything like that or said chimping out or anything that tried to build it in them are saying to further separate black and white people, because you know it starts at black and white, no matter what you say. But those people are being put in a profile where when they need to activate you, they'll flood all those people who have racist and anarchist tendencies. they'll flood all their information to them. They'll TikTok their ass. And the next thing you know, they'll be doing a bunch of chimping out, and they'll be anti-black and anti-Latino and lesbian and gay or whatever the algorithm tells them to do, if y'all can understand it. And they look for people like that come in with, you know how people come in and put the monkey signs up and all that? That person right there is, they flagging that shit because he left a digital footprint. So he has racist tendencies. Maybe we can use him. And they'll watch him and see how they grow. I'm telling you, this is a totally different beast that we are engaging in right now. Might be the mark, might just be another one of these monsters that we seem to always invent. We forever inventing some monsters, right? Smash that like. Remember, they should have kept the phone on the wall. Once they took that phone off the wall and put it in somebody's pocket, like when everybody used to walk around with the cordless phone in their pocket and the antenna would always break. And I think that was one of the ways they make you buy shit. When they first put shit out, either they give you a lot of it and get you hooked on it, or they make it perceive that a lot of people want it, or they do something that's like they make it super fragile until they get a firm foothold. I mean, they get you to buy a bunch of them. Remember when phones first dropped, like the Nokias and all that stuff? Right after that, when Android was bopping, and even iPhone, when they was iPhone 1, the first internet phone, iPhone, you notice all that means is internet phone. That's the I in iPhone, internet phone. But remember, you drop one of the motherfuckers on the bed, that shit cracked. Oh my God, I gotta buy a new one. I mean, then the next thing you know, you look in the shoebox and you got a bunch of used phones with cracked screens. Some people got tired of it and was like, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? They used to be on my screen cracked. They used to be like, fuck it. They done put so much money into the little motherfucker. And them shits used to be little. I got one around here somewhere. Them shits used to be little. Yep, and electronics and data centers. Data centers is plugging us in like we in a microchip. That's that heat we feeling these days, man. And you ain't telling me shit. That's that heat. This shit ain't no hot heat coming, making you sweat. This shit is drying you out. This that motherfucking, I mean, it's artificial. And they put additives in it too, because I see some of the benefit they trying to do. Like, y'all notice if you're going out into the sun and it ain't even the sun in the clouds, you'll come back with a semi-tan, but seemingly like you just got some kind of emollients or something. It might, you just, I mean, you start observing yourself while y'all outside, fam, and watch the change. Smash that like, y'all. Shout out everybody coming through, man. What's the last book y'all read? We got some books, some dope books, man. Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook, the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx. A lot of y'all are interested in that type of stuff. I got them posted. I don't know if y'all can y'all see these books I posted. I got them through on Obama, Trump. You know, different plethora, different trains of thought. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm neither here nor there with it. You know, and my understanding, they're gonna do what they want to do anyway. But as long as I know, I'm aware of it, not blindly thinking that any of it's an illusion. Not thinking that any of this shit is for me, because whether it is a black guy, white guy, Chinese guy, all of them will, you know what I mean, sell you up the river for advancement. But somebody take that on. Did Obama outgrow the dems? Yeah, I gotta get that website perfected. Now I do things step by step. Fools rushing. What's going on, Rage? Only when the last tree has been cut down, the last fish caught, and the last river poison, only then will white man realize you cannot eat money. Rage. That's dope. But you know what? That is so true. When all the resources gone. And who said that? Rage, who said that? Is that in one of these books I got posted? That sounds like some shit that one Indian to say. One of the red Indians with the feather in his hair with the big nose and the long hair. He was looking on the horse. He be saying that shit. Okay, I said it sounds like an Apache or um, Hopi or Blackfoot or somebody. Sound like he like looking off on his people getting fucked over saying that shit like, no stingy motherfuckers. Smash that like y'all. Did Obama outgrow the dems? Did Obama outgrow the dems, y'all? I think it's time for him to start his own little crew though, for real. Shit is real out here. I think it's time for Obama to start his own little crew. The Democrats seemingly they don't have no they got a bunch of power because they old and all right, thanks. I was going in, Sassy Mo. I was going in too. Damn, damn in my Florida Evans voice. Look, y'all notice don't nothing be on TV about none of this stuff about dock workers and unions. None of this shit no more. It's all if Cardi B is messing with a soccer player and you know what I mean mainstream media is fucked over. Mainstream media is fucked over, fam. Have y'all noticed that? There's no like regular news no more. Only thing gonna come on the news is a fire or a murder or somebody on doing some shit online with kitty porn. It's crazy. Like, where is all the? You know what I'm saying? Forget to mention begging the white farmers to come back to save the economy from collapse. I ain't even heard nothing about that. I give a damn about Zimbabwe. And you know what's so crazy? The people that's probably begging them to come back don't know nothing about farming because they probably been in concentration camps or concentrated elsewhere in society where the white people had to lock in and on farming. So it might not be the production that they need them to come back. It needs them to come back and do the business side of it. You know, they probably stifled the industry. They might have gave them the land back, but the industry, the creation that they really wanted, that's what they want in Zimbabwe probably to bring the industry back. But we ain't talking about Zimbabwe, Russell. We talking about America right now, man. Y'all see India fighting with America for the biggest economy. And we stuck between China and India because we have empowered both of these people to get to where they at. But y'all notice that don't nothing be on the news about nothing positive. Everything, and especially in my culture, is somebody going against somebody. It's trendy to find some shit on somebody or to diss somebody and talk bad. Like, no, he actually helped Biden win the election. Biden was Obama's BP. Obama is still true to the party. He just chilling. You believe that, John? I don't think Obama liked it. Biden, you know what I'm saying? I don't think Obama liked it. Biden. It was just sort of like when the loser loses at one time, it would be a Republican president and Democratic vice president. Man, Roof, what's up with you, fam? Fight the power. What's up with you, family? What you got going on? Yeah, I'd be comfortable if America was run by all DEI. Because what do you consider DEI? White women, black women, handicapped, uh, gay. DEI is anybody whose civil rights can be violated or have been violated in the process of trying to get a job, if you really want to look at it like that. Or, I mean, they running the country anyway. 310, he say DEI. They running the country anyway. Women run this shit. Old men take the, the credit. What's going on in Austin right now? Chilling, man. Chilling. Yeah, I'd be comfortable with it. Women run the world anyway. Men take the credit, man. You say DI is in the White House right now. Yep. Yep. Because what they're not realizing, Donald Trump is not a politician. Donald Trump is a political strongman. He was implemented because the military-industrial complex couldn't find a politician to fit the bill to be what they wanted. Okay, so they made one. They created Donald Trump. They gave him experience already as the president. They gave him experience with the Democratic Party, and then they gave him experience with the Republican Party. Okay. They also gave him acting experience. Donald Trump is a carefully crafted character. You gotta know it, man. Y'all just notice he ain't doing shit for the people. What has he done for MAGA? Like when y'all said, what did Obama do for black people? What has Donald Trump did for MAGA? Even if you make it a broader scope, well, he did this for Americans. So what has he done for Americans? Because some way, form, or fashion, a MAGA is going to benefit from it if he done it for all Americans, as well as the LGBTQ, as well as a Democratic Socialist, as well as a black person. If he does anything for Americans, because all of us fall under the banner of being American. When my chest is open, the man that's working on me, I want him to be somebody who has enough craftsmanship to take his job serious and save my life if he's a doctor. That's who I want to open up. No matter what his politics is, I want his craftsmanship to be the best. I want him to be on his A game, no matter his politics. That's not a time for voting. Donald Trump, man, he is the beginning of politics, technology, you know what I'm saying, and transparency. They're going to start doing shit just, all these laws we passing, and y'all saying, well, you know what's going to allow them to do this? It's being slowly implemented. Like I said, we're going to be talking about the flock cameras and all this other stuff that's going on that's taking away your rights. But all you care about is they let you get on Instagram or Facebook, and y'all don't notice that you can't get on nobody's site. You can't go look at Gucci without signing up for Gucci's mailing list or, giving them your information. These people are the money is in information, man. Knowing somebody's moves. Trump is a con man. It's the only thing he and his family are good at. Right. Just think of that. All they do is put their name on shit. They don't produce any products. They got people buying into the Trump, effect. But y'all see this map I got up here, this the countries. Look who's in power with the biggest economies in the world. Purchasing power. They can buy shit. China, number 1. United States, number 2. India, a country that was colonized. China is a country that was colonized too. Yep, condition them to be good Americans, to be patriots. Russia, because y'all know Russia is as big as the whole of Europe and everything encompassing them by way of Siberia. Japan, Germany. 2 countries that were, all of these were considered enemies of the state at one time. Germany, Japan, and Russia. Ain't that crazy? Enemies of the state. China is a new form enemy. Indonesia, Brazil. Y'all see all these colonized countries got more money than the colonizer. Brazil. All the people that colonized Brazil, the French, the British. Look at that shit. Brazil has went past them. Ain't that crazy? The colonizer ain't really got nothing. It's wanning. What's up, Dennis Nielsen? What's up with you? John, because he was just learning the ropes. He was trying to find out who was who. And they allowed it because they knew what was up. All of them, remember, all of these people go to the same cookouts, the same dinner parties, the same all white parties. They're all laughing together at the, you know what I mean, the same events. And I ain't talking about the DNC and the RNC stuff. I'm talking about when the real powers call them, their kids to come, you know what I mean, come to listen and see what we got. You know what I mean? When the new inventory comes in, okay? And when the new rollout, I'm talking about those times. The same people that we see in power, all of them were in the same rooms, getting accepted into the secret societies and being told the doctrine and you know what I'm saying? Slowly eased into their position of power, seeing if they can accept it or do they have to get rid of them. Y'all know how many people that them came and went for these few people that we are looking at as like Donald Trump, Obama, Biden. You know how many people came and went so that we can know who these people are? Smash that like, man. But every time somebody say George Soros, I'm like, he don't run shit. If you know his name, he don't run shit. Anybody that you know their name, just believe and just know that they ain't running shit. Smash that like. And somebody was in here talking earlier that all of these countries was these big economies and they're doing well better than the United States, right? I don't see any of these countries that they named on this list as the biggest economy. So who was that talking that shit earlier about Denmark, Sweden, and all this stuff they doing? It's working. They ain't getting no money. I don't see none of them up here. No purchasing power. No less colonized by the Nazis. That's where some of the Nazis went. All of them ain't go South America. Some of them went up north and blended in because you know that Germanic and that Nordic is very similar. The New World Order is in effect, and you can just look at who's in power because money talk. You know what I mean, to the average man. So who's in power? China, United States, India, Japan. Look, I think the United States are gonna go Asian friendly now because that's who got the money. Who you hang out with when you just one of them rat bait ass motherfuckers and you want all the benefits. You don't go hang out with your broke homies in the projects. You go over to the other side of town where the upper epsilon lives and you can smoke all the weed and pop all the pills and you maybe be the gangster one so they give you a certain amount of respect and you always hit the blunt first. That's that New World Order shit. Look who's in power. Former colonized countries. Hindustan, that they call it India now. I mean, Japan, who was an enemy of the state. Germany was an enemy of the state. Russia, even now, is considered an enemy of the state. We're surrounded by no friends. And this, even on this shit, we ain't surrounded by no friends. We can't be like, well, but guess what? And then look at the 1 and 2, China and the United States. They are blessing us by, you know what I mean? It's crazy. They got a whole economy ahead of us. Because if it's 13 trillion that's separating us, 13 trillion, give or take. Let's see. They got and that right there encompasses the economy of Brazil, France, and the UK. And that's crazy. They runoff money got more than those countries. And what's going on with your eyes without a face? Yeah, like North Korea, and you know what they doing? They sitting back doing the data and the analytics. They probably producing the drones that held off Donald Trump. Let's stop making missiles or make them think we keep chilling, Prophet Soul. What's up with you? How's your day? Let's make them think and they probably steady in the background, creating more money, more murder, more homicide. Y'all remember a couple of years ago, the Chinese was taking over American rackets, a bunch of Chinese weed spots getting knocked off, and Chinese people doing all kind of credit card scams all over the country. It had ramped up. Know what I mean, smash that like. What's the weather like where y'all at? And the price of gas, fam. Double tap that stream. Did Obama outgrow the debt? Smash that like. What y'all think? Y'all don't think Obama is beyond what the Dems got going on right now? Shout out everybody coming through. Hit this curl bar real quick. Health is wealth. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. Health is wealth. Right? That's all Trump has done, John. Made a bunch of money. And Fauci, he was complacent. He knew what was going on. A willing participant. Smash that like. But y'all don't think Barack Obama outgrew the Dems? What are the Dems standing on right now? What are the Dems standing on right now? Smash that like, y'all. Let the Dems win. Let the Democratic Socialists win. The Dems ain't gonna do shit. They never do. But these Democratic Socialists, they looking to come and change up. They're the ones that had all that stuff going on in the library and all that shit. Woo. Some curls and push-ups does the body good, family. Any y'all in here, man, will MAGA outlive Trump? Did Obama outgrow the Dems? The socialist takeover? Because that progressive, that shit been in our lexicon for a minute. Y'all notice it'll start as a word. And then next thing you know, it really is what's going on, you know what I'm saying? Shout out everybody that came through here today and gave their 1-2s on what's going on. That's what it is. But I'm surprised that the Democratic Socialists have took this long and not just like taking over. Because the Dems and the Republicans, they're just like some placeholders. Y'all see dude who left his seat, his sister taking over. I think the dude that died. No fat belly and soft hands go out and shit. Fat belly and soft hands always gonna be in because people gonna find a way to make money. Even if it's just a cook. They're blaming Iran for hackers targeting the water supply. I heard about that. Donald Trump said they was gonna do an investigation. What's that, in Colorado or something, right? It's somewhere out in the Midwest. I believe in inside job because they're at war with Iran. You know, they need the water for their own data centers. Right, a scapegoat. Iran gonna be the everything. Everything is attributed to Iran now. Everything that's happening to us is Iran did it. Don't know what them standing on now did. Here Kamala though threw her hat for upcoming elections. Maybe they're waiting for her. I hope Kamala get in there and don't do what the Dems want her to do. She does with her Kamala organization. Right, I heard about that shit, Sassy. I heard they said Donald Trump said he wanted an investigation. Remember at one time it was the Chinese was doing everything. Now it's going to be the Iranians. All the Habibi stores going to get shut down. That's what happens. Gangsters don't die, they get chubby and move to Miami, homie. In the real world. That's what's happening though. Motherfuckers working to get fat. But yeah, that stuff with Iran, I'm telling y'all, scapegoat. And they'll do it. They'll do it, fam. We are so isolated and closely guarded and manicured in America. We under some kind of, duress right now. We don't even realize it. We're under martial law and we don't even realize it. Because everybody moving from New York now because of Mom Donnie. Everybody moving from New York. They going to Atlanta to, most of them moving out the country. You know what I'm saying? Remember when I was young, everybody wanted to go either to New York or LA. LA because of Hollywood and New York because of Broadway and just the freedom that they thought they remember that where everybody was running away from home and where'd your uncle go? Well, he moved to New York. Where'd your sister go? She called home. She's in Hollywood. That type shit. Remember? New York, and they was in the music and stuff. LA, you know what I mean? You said you don't think it's because of Mom Donnie. Well, Mom Donnie is just one of the cogs in the wheel. That's why I said it would have to take a Obama type person to really come out and endorse democratic socialism before it really to be a main. It's already a mainstay. It's second class citizenship type actions. And for it to be 100 out in the open, somebody like Obama will have to endorse it. And maybe they'll give him Secretary of State. I'm telling y'all. Billionaires are moving there when the influx of money moves in. Yep, the people there will be fine. It's harder to live. Yep, Sassy. And you know, a lot of billionaires are leaving New York because of this democratic socialist stuff that they're pushing, saying they're taking from the rich. Because they knew it was coming, Prayerful Soul. They knew that New York was already under them type of conditions. Remember, billionaires are, you know what I mean, secondary to the information, one step from being in power, and they're the lackeys of power. How we say the butlers and everything know what the rich people are doing, the billionaires know what the powerful people are doing. So they get you know what I mean, a first warning, get the fuck out of there because we're about to switch up, son. You know what I mean? Billionaires are the workers for the powerful, so they know what's going on. Right, Sassy Mo. They know what's going on. He is trying to change the whole dichotomy of New York, how it rock. Remember, the billionaires was in charge. They were setting the rates and getting all the money and the Wall Street stockbrokers and moving on up. You know what I mean? In China, long nails are a sign of wealth. In America, fake nails are a sign of leech. No, in America, fake nails are a sign of that's somebody's preference, Russell. And in America, long nails are the sign of pimping, my G. Why are you comparing America to China? Different superstitions, different data and analytics, why they believe in these things. In America, a sign of wealth is the trappings of it. You understand? A Mercedes, a McMansion, a heavy gold, 22 karat gold Figaro chain link around your wrist and neck. 2 cars, an expensive ass dog, being up, you know what I'm saying? Well, Giuliani and the stop and frisk, well, that was a part of getting back to New York though. Although whoever thought about it and implemented, they was kind of right because at one time y'all know that New York was like it was like get your pants snatched off. It was a free for all. So they did have to come in and do a little cleanup, but the way they went about it, it was just old slave tactics because that's all they knew and that's all that we know. You know what I mean? Implementing some old ideas. You know, check everybody for a gun. And in the meantime, you know what I mean? But the great migration is real. If you go to Atlanta, there's so many people in Atlanta that's from New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Boston, Detroit, Chicago, Miami, Los Angeles, Houston, Memphis, and Atlanta. You're like, well, who the hell is from Atlanta? You know that New Jersey is just a gigantic military base. New Jersey is strategic to the United States. They got a lot of missiles there, and they got a bunch of, I mean, top secret type of military bases in New Jersey. Also in Delaware is like the banking system. That's where they got the core stuff of their banking in the United States. They got it in Delaware. What part of Jersey you in, Proud Souls? Or are you in Jersey? Y'all know Jersey is like a big ass city. I think the Wu-Tang, Staten Island should be in New Jersey. They more like New Jersey dudes. Okay. Yeah, but New Jersey is a big ass military base. That's all. Smash that like, y'all. Right there when you get by the Smithfield Meat Packing Company in Virginia, when you coming out of North Carolina, right there when you get down there about Southampton, Emporia and all that, it stinks. That Smithfield Packing, you can smell it. And there's a newspaper company also in that area. If y'all ever been on 95 or tucked the back way, 17, is a newspaper company in Southern Virginia that stinks. They got the whole smell. It smells like manure or something, man. Smash that like, y'all. And you roll your windows up. It's that type of shit that even come in the car with your windows rolled up. Will MAGA outlive Trump? Did Obama outgrow the dems? Did socialists take over? Who divided America? Hey Russell, what part of the world you say you was in? England. Thundering outside. No clouds, sunny. And that's crazy. Thundering, no clouds, sunny. You from Wakanda? Okay. I bet you are. That's what it is. Y'all know that Wakanda is not in Africa. It's in Haiti. If you woke up tomorrow in any country that weren't colonized, you would be headed to a white man's world. Tell me I'm wrong. If you wake up anywhere in the world tomorrow, you in a white man's world, dude. Chinese people got a foothold on that Asian community over there, but for the most part, at the forefront of everything, if white people don't want it to happen, it's going to be a little bit of debate. So if you wake up anywhere in the world that colonized, or whenever you in the white man's world, believe that this is a white man's world, dude. Fam, Beezy, what's up with you? Salute to the people on this Function Friday. Be self and be positive. Also, the Eagle flies on Friday. What's up, Fambo? The Eagle flies on Friday, so make sure y'all get over there to y'all respective communities and support. You know, don't go before you give it to corporate America. Sassy Mo says one of these markets he is reopening has been there since 1936. It never took business away from other stores. It's a farmer's market that just got an upgrade. I'd rather get pitted fruit than seedless. Okay, so are they gonna have the official heirloom fruit, or they gonna have this new stuff? Well, right now New York is still ran by the mob, but which mob? The Democratic Socialist mob? We gotta think. Know what I mean, political racketeering is racketeering. You know what I'm saying? Detroit is chocolate city. I beg to differ. I'll say Chocolate City. I'll still keep that as Washington D.C. is forever Chocolate City. They tried to give it the ATL, but ATL was just debauchery city. This is a human world. What side do you fall on? This is a human world. What side do I fall on? Either side ain't gonna make no difference. Farmers go there and sell their goods. Why not help the farmer? This administration isn't, especially with those tariffs, right? And they're also trying to set up a free trade barter system in that vast boroughs of New York. It's so much industry and commerce that can happen there, like entrepreneurs. I understand it. I just feel like the Democratic Socialists as a whole, their concept of nobody getting rich is the problem. But I did do a little research on those markets, and I think they good for the people because they know that's just food banks. Because our food banks around here give up good shit. King Fire! What's up, King Fire? What's up with your family? What you getting into? Will MAGA outlive Trump? Did Obama outgrow the dems? Okay, little smoke break. Yeah, me too. But I'm doing it on the low now. Like I'll just fade out for a bit because uh some way, what I mean, a lot of sponsors are shy away from the content if you do a lot of blaming the white man these days and smoking on camera. Will surely get you know what I mean? It'll get you. That's why I'm kind of like toning back, and the participants is looking different from the algorithm because my the rage stuff, you know what I mean, is getting me away from the sponsorship. Y'all know YouTube is a business module. People forget there are 18 million people in New York City. More than most states have people. These little 5 stores are going to do any damage there. Placed in places where people don't have to travel, right? And also, y'all notice how the weed spots was popping up in New York. They won't say it now because it's commerce. It's commerce. Russ, we gotta stop, family. You're talking to a weed purist. I don't follow fast, man. I stick to the strain. Right? They don't care if you get drunk. And they sell it to you, like so you can get drunk, but they will put a lot of restrictions on marijuana. Ain't that kind of weird? But that was another way of boxing us in too. A lot of this stuff like giving you a felony before you turn 18 for any incorrigible that they don't want involved in our society, they'll give them a felony, and that's white, black, or Chinese, or they'll, what I'm saying? Y'all ever notice that? But they'll shed a bunch of light on black crime. But the same revolving doors have black, white, Chinese, Puerto Rican, Latino going through them, and all of them American citizens. They want you to, I mean, but the only reason they support alcohol because alcohol has become bigger than them. That is another thing. Like the LGBTQ community is encompassing every organization on the planet has an LGBTQ person in it. If not, be 10% of the in every group. But everything has alcohol involved. In every country, there's a spirits business. And sometimes it's the same company, like the ones that Puff Daddy and them sued. Jay-Z sued, Bacardi, Puff Daddy sued Diageo, a UK-based spirit company that own everything that y'all sipping on. They own it. You know what I'm saying? So imagine the biggest drug dealers in the world. You make them mad by making them pay you $1 billion in court, and also exposing that they have been shamming a bunch of minorities to get money off of them and flood their communities with it. That's why they lock Puff up. Not because it's weird shit, because they ain't proved none of that. They just proved that he do a bunch of peeking and renting prostitutes to sleep with women. Bunch of weird shit. But sativa or indica, I like sativa. A little energy with it. That indica, I'll have your ass sleep. I'd rather buy straight from farmers than buy a CEO yacht to eat who would sell me food that comes from a lab. Right, Sassy Bo? Washington, D.C. I just said that, fam. Somebody said Detroit. Nah, D.C. is chocolate city all day. and they got their own vibe. I go to DC, but I ain't been to DC in a minute. But I go to DC a lot when I am. You know what I mean, DC and it's, you know what I mean, it's fun. They got their own vibe. They got their own music scene. They got their own way they talk and they're intermingling with the White House because DC is the White House and everything right there is just like another neighborhood in DC because it's all together. You can walk straight through with the White House and chill on Pennsylvania Avenue. You can hit around the corner. You know what I mean? Y'all sleeping on DC. Everybody want to go to Atlanta. Why not go and see where your laws are being created at? Sit on Capitol Hill. That's a dope picture. Everybody want to take a picture at King of Diamonds and all these in front of the goddamn Nipsey Hussle picture. Nipsey Hussle gone, man. 5 minutes before Nipsey Hussle died, 95% of y'all did not know he existed or who he was. 5% that did, staunch supporters, okay, salute you. But the other 95% that latched on because his name was trending to what would Nipsey say, now you barely hear it. You know what I mean? I did, Fambo, no doubt. Not on the front porch. I have smoked a blunt in front of the White House though. You know what? I'm gonna have to upload that. You can the weed ice cream truck pulled right up in front of the White House. They got an ice cream truck that passes out marijuana J's. That you can smoke weed and walk through. It's legal to sell it. You can smoke it and walk through Washington D.C. just like it's nothing. They won't say shit to you. I don't smoke weed right in front of the White House, right in front of the Washington Monument, right in front of the Lincoln Monument. Smoke break heavy. They don't bother you. I got some footage. I'm gonna have to pull out the old footage, man. I gotta find that, chop that up. That's why billionaires are coming from all sides for his Mom Donnie because he's interrupting their greedy ways of doing things. Out here fear mongering. They're desperate. I'm serious they are. But they're getting out of there, though, Sassy, they're getting out of there. Mom Donnie said he's going to use everybody, and that's taken away from the American dream in my eyes. Because now people going to be scared to get rich, fearing they're going to have to split some of it. They know we some selfish ass Americans. But see what I'm saying? Like, billionaires. It's so many billionaires. You know what I'm saying? Right, when he was still coming up. See, that's what I'm saying. The 5% that did. But you know, Fambo, 95% of these people never even heard of Nipsey Hussle. And when I had finally caught a hold of him, I think he was gone. When he had made that jump, when he was in the Maybach and he told the dude to get the haircut and all that, he had some dope concepts coming out. But I had heard about him. They selling that tape for like it was, he knew his worth, and that was the gimmick. I had heard that, you know, he had a tape that he put together himself, and he was hustling that joint, and they were how many that Jay-Z bought, which made no sense because how many can you listen to, Jay-Z? Okay, you supported the niggas just to buy the mixtapes, and the drug dealer pull up, and the mixtape would be $1 or three for $5. Drug dealer give up $100, you damn near give them all of them, and then you run across your local drug dealer, he got a car seat full of mixtapes and shit, like, give me some of them. Yeah, go ahead and take them. The next time you see him, he got more. That's what I look at when they be like, you know, Jay-Z brought 10 of them. For what? He can only listen to them one at a time. NYC has the most billionaires. They are plenty who are paying their fair share. The only ones complaining, crooks. Sassy Mo, you hard on the upper echelon in New York, too. Y'all New Yorkers terrible, man. It's something in y'all water, man. It changes the pizza, though, and it keeps the people, you know what I mean? It's that arrogance, that New York state of mind. That's what it is, family. That New York state of mind is something different. I mean, with LA dudes and LA women, you know, their whole thing is control and being controlled. Because I think the women are docile, but the dudes are jive, want to be, you know what I mean? But New York is the state of mind that everybody arrogant. Ain't nothing better than New York. You know what I mean? Coney Island hot dogs, quarter waters. You know what I mean? Fire hydrant fights in the summertime. Subway ain't nothing better than New York if you run across a real New Yorker. And that's what it is. Salute all my New Yorkers. I'm a Southern, you know what I mean, man, myself. But, you know what I mean? We read up on that I-95 where I interacted with a lot of New York people and some were some of my closest friends. You know what I mean, smash that like. I seen the rapper Spliff start doing a little 1-2 when he used to be in my area, and we used to call him Punkin. He wasn't lying. The dude Spliff started that's with Busta Rhymes. I knew of him. I mean, I didn't know him like, what's up, nigga? Let's go have a beer. But he knew me. I knew him when I see him. That he was a familiar face. I mean, a part of the ecosystem that was going on at the time. Right. Only the strong survive on the East Coast, no doubt. Anyway, all up and down the East Coast, just think of all the major cities. Only the strong survives. But remember, everybody used to want to run off to New York. Everybody, like, where's your aunt? She moved to New York. What you doing in New York? You know what I'm saying? Right, you can like, my pops was in New York for shit, decades. And he had all kind of little t-shirts and it's all shit, man. And so if you go in Times Square, so many people come through there, and you only just touch 10% of them, and only of those people that you touch and get to talk to, purchase from you, you can make a substantial amount. I'm telling you. Remember, people used to go to New York, get summer clothes and get their stuff. But yeah, I went to New York and got these because of the exclusivity of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I always been my own boss, even when I had jobs for somebody else. The Black Money Corp is circa 1999, 2001, 2002 in its birth. But you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? To be honest, y'all, the Black Money Corp is more than just you programming. It is a brick and mortar black and money. I mean, it ain't for everybody. Spliff, my guy, him through my brethren cuff. Okay, exactly. Okay, I think they used to, you know what I mean? You know then, and he wasn't even spliff. Oh, wait, you spliff because y'all rude boys. But he was punking. Remember, he was punking. Yo, he used to be on that little moped, that little motorbike thing. He salute. He a G with it. Yeah, remember he used to be out Molten Pop, man. With the rude boys. They're from Troy Ave in Brooklyn. The Troy Ave dudes was down here. Yeah, I got. I mean, Spliff Star. He was with the shit for 8. I mean, Cuff. Who that? Was that one of them Trinidaddy boys? I let a New York man take control of a workshop for one day because he wouldn't shut up about how smart he was. We had to fire him because of his mistakes. Wow, Russell. Well, that'd be like 25% of them. That'd be the main thing because they grew up in a big city and they got to learn how to talk tough and be competition. So maybe don't count out New York people though, because even the lowest ones, they be going to like technical schools and shit. That's where a lot of our trends came from, New York. But don't let him, I mean, yeah, salute. Exactly. Okay, it was, yeah, I know exactly. I know him too. I know him too. Oh, well, I was aware of him. You know what I'm saying? You know, we often get the Guyanese and the Trinidadis mixed up with Jamaicans and the Panamanians. Remember, hey, King Fire, remember when it was the Panamanians was everywhere in the 80s, the dark skinned ones. Panamanians everywhere. You don't see no Panamanians. Now they black. But you can still see that reddish tint on them. I don't think ICE is gonna come to Brooklyn, Sassy. Y'all notice ICE been on the back end too, been on the low. Falbo, you are so right. That's the arrogance. That's that new, it's called the New York state of mind. Believe me, the East Coast has experienced it for decades. That I'm from Brooklyn, you got to be careful though, because most of them that's from Brooklyn, they gonna punch your head off. The Queens cats, they about that money. They Jews with it, okay? The South Bronx that's poverty, or it's gonna either be multicultural, Puerto Rican type of cut your face if you go against the grain flags in the window, or you know what I mean, coming from the hood, and they'll be more family based as opposed of, you know what I mean, family community based on Puerto Ricans and the people in the Bronx. They got it's all kind of different kind of NYC people, but for real, the people that's upstate New York are still holding true to the form, or like the New York cats that kind of like populated the East Coast back in the 80s. I see that more out of the upstate guys. That real New York flavor. The Tim Boot niggas. Exactly. And when they go to anywhere else, that's all they think about. They be like, yo, the first thing a New York person do when he go out of town is put on a fucking Yankee hat. That's the first thing somebody from New York does. They go get a New York Yankee and put that bitch on. And then every chance they get, they tell you what they can do in New York that you can't do in your piss poor state or community, wherever they at. You know what I'm saying? It's called the New York State of Mind, fambo. It's sort of like how people from California, especially people that are engulfed in the gang culture, it's more tribal for them to spread it and to support it and to talk about it and live it in another state. The gang culture is like normal for them. Harlem World wasn't really about that money, man. That was the illusion. Harlem has a culture. Half of Harlem is Latino, Hispanic, Caribbean, and they have a rich culture in Black history. Also, it goes more of the money. That was just like a propaganda stunt to say like Rich Porter, Alpo, and all of them was the only people getting money in the dope trade. Oh yeah, you graduated high school in the BX. That's what it is. Yeah, NYC, you gotta have money to live there. Salute, can't fire me too. I'm good worldwide and in any language. I mean, I'm good at worldwide in any language. Whether it's that gun talk, politicals, you know what I mean? Running through these streets, I'm good in any language, family. Whether it's good in talk, what's up, dude, what to go on, you know what I mean? Namaste, you know what I'm saying? I try to keep myself international. New Yorkers are very innovative. I know one thing. This shit right here, this from New York. You know what that is? Who knows what that is? This shit right here. What? That's from New York. I mean, smash that light. Did Obama outgrow the dems? Yeah, and that 52 fake out. That 52 fake out. Yeah, Swahili, Yambo, Amazuri. Yeah, Yambo, Fambo. You feel me? Yeah, that 52 blocks. Motherfuckers slap your head off. Be like, that's my cousin from New York. You know what I mean? Remember when we used to fight? Yo, King Fire just dropped a link too. I'm gonna post that link. Hey, y'all get over there and check out King Fire too, man. Don't sleep on the brethren. Especially if you're trying to get yourself together. You know what I mean? If you're trying to get yourself right, all you older people, because ain't no old heads in here. All you older people, King Fire might be on to something. And he got me, I got the curveball in here now, King. No doubt. You know what I'm saying? I just finished doing the fruit while on live stream. All by from you and Free My Grandma, wherever he at. Shout out my boy Free My Grandma. I'm gonna pin that link to King Fire. Y'all get over there and check out Fire! Yeah, I just saw that, DA. They was running across that. Are they on the African side of Spain? Because you know it's a little part of Africa that he considers Spain. Are they on that side of things? Or are they actually on the mainland doing this shit? Me neither. I threw my hands. You know what I mean? All that slap box, I did that in the crib with my pops or my sister or somebody. But in them streets, I ain't slap box. I ain't play that. I ain't play a bunch of throwing hands in my face either. Yeah, Mad Love the Free. I ain't heard from the brother. Keep your head up in my Tupac voice, my G. I'm gonna hit him on the bat phone and see what's going on with him. Smash that like. Share me out. Yeah, remember slap boxing was the thing. Remember it was knocking mama off the shoulder with the stick. That type shit was going on when we was kids. Hey, do y'all have the same thing that's going on in Atlanta? What they call people living in bandos, right? King Fire, definitely. That's why I say it's gonna have to be my innermost circle that I slap box with. But even if you ask my nephew lunching out, they'd be in the chat stream. When we came up, and I was like the OG uncle, and my brother was super OG, older than me, and you know, story lies and well respected amongst our family. I didn't lunching out and my own son. I didn't play that, and my son older than him. If he disrespected or he disrespected, y'all got to get out there and throw them hands because they not used to having no beef amongst family. That's how I was raised. You get it in, so we ain't got to get it in later. And then I know where you coming at it with. If you pussy, you can't fight. I know to get you back. But if you can throw things, I know that. You know what I mean? We definitely gonna run up. You know what I'm saying? That's how I came up throwing my hands in the street with my people. That most of the people that I came across that we did go to war, I came out on top. You know, you win a few, you lose a few. Keep throwing them things though, and I learned a lot, and I gained a lot of trust and friendship out of it, family. I'm telling you. I lived in this neighborhood called Park Place for a year and a half, but the connections that I made lasted me a lifetime. And that's where my respect laid in, that I always had integrity out there with them people. I was from another neighborhood, similarly. But my origin, when I came of age, I was out there in, you know, I mean, the inner city. But my people that managed to get us middle class, at least in our surroundings, maybe not in our pocketbook and wealth, but we still managed to eke an existence out with the heat consistent, a good yard that needed to be cut every 2 weeks, and you know what I mean, water bill because we got to wash it in the dryer, and you know what I mean, living area, 2.5 bathrooms. You know, we managed to get outside of living on the margin. So, but I still managed to maintain my, shall we say, ghetto ties, and I always show love to my cut. You know what I'm saying? My people. And it seems like I'm also well rounded because I have been engaged in my community in the world. You know, I'm not just not one way. Yeah, I'm out here in the hood. Y'all see when I did the water drive, I seen somebody that was out there that I went to school with and that I looked at like an air, like somebody that was chill when we was younger. He was out of his mind, and no disrespect to him, but he was out of his mind and his element. Because I know that, brother. Sometimes you get caught up in fads that become realities to you. Like sniffing dope because everybody else, you end up with a habit. Yep, the boxing gloves, or no, just threw them hands in the street. Damn, going boxing gloves. Although I grew up boxing though, I was in the youth boxing league when I was young. I was good at it. I would say that too. The current Dems are further left. I would say they have been flipped by the Democratic Socialists. That's why I say has Obama outgrew the Dems because they ain't got no money. Similarly, their whole war chest was being funded by the LGBTQ and all the stuff they doing with the No Kings and the Black Lives Matter and the George Floyd stuff that they be funding, all the anarchy that they fund. You know what I'm saying? They funding Antifa, the LGBTQ plus, because they have managed to slip below the radar and build this war chest along with the Democratic Socialists who have been here. You know what I mean? They have been here because everybody ain't in full agreements what the Dems and Republicans are doing, and that's who's falling on the banner of all these other radical left and rights. You know what I mean? Some of the left and the right have joined up together, and now they're progressive socialists. Smash that like progressive, meaning we put our differences aside. There's a closeted gay mafia in the world. That's what I'm trying to say. It's gay people in every aspect, every letter, and plus in every level of caste system on this planet has gay people in their secret society. They know the code words and to be quiet in some areas where it's not fashionable to reveal who you are. But they are the biggest mafia. And probably 1 in 10 white kids too, because it ain't a color, is in what you was pushing at them, Russell. You probably was, and it probably was your delivery, and you was coming off because you was in authority, saying a bunch of stuff that was contrasting to rope them in, you know what I mean? And instead it was pushing them away. Maybe that was the problem, you know what I'm saying? And maybe your work experience wasn't enough. Maybe you had to have that je ne sais quoi. Some people can have all the work experience, but they people know that, right? That's why most mechanics, I mean, the ones that are talking, they don't know what the fuck they doing. And they sell dope and stuff on the side. But most quiet dudes that are mechanics, they mostly brainiacs because mechanics is an engineer. You know what I'm saying? So they'll be quiet and doing what they got to do. Like this, like picking a lawyer. Don't pick a lawyer with some new shoes on and a new suit and he's slick and everybody know him. He got the toothpick in his tooth and he walk in there with the people. You know what I mean, damn near doing a webisode. Go for the lawyer that got the dirty shoes on, the suit from Easter 1986 and disco night at the you know what I'm saying, the Masonic Hall 82. You know what I'm saying? And all the law books because he's interested in law. That's why he's taking around all them big ass books and them dusty ass files. You know what I'm saying? Don't go do the flash and end up getting flashed. You know what I mean? It's there for us to see the visual, but we'll accept what we think is fashionable. You know, I just heard the most expensive lawyer in town. Everybody that when you say somebody's in power, have you ever noticed that 9 times out of 10, the next person that's going to be mentioned is a lawyer, and it's going to solidify why that person's family is in power. You'll be like, yeah, the Benedini family, I should date his daughter. Yeah, you know, just his lawyer. All right. Yep, children are being raised by the internet, TikTok kids. My kids know about Michael Jackson, and I'm a Michael Jackson fan, but I barely play Michael Jackson. But they know all the Michael Jackson on the surface, and I've been showing them the different intricacies of how he has a bunch of different sisters and how they look like him. And this is Michael Jackson before he was, you know what I mean, turned into all this other stuff. And you know what I mean, it's crazy, man. Yep, real wealth is quiet, not loud. That's why you see somebody with a chain on, it's one of them big jing jing jing, and they got a watch with all these diamonds in them, and they can't even barely hold their pants up with a wave cap on. And you're like, if this is what it is, and why do you have it, and why is it in a safe? And that you know what I mean? If you a motherfucker can hold all their money in their hand like this and talk out his phone, you know they ain't got shit. You can't see it. Real wealth, you can't see it because it's, I mean, coming from all angles. Yep, with a hole in his shoe. Yeah, Fabo, that's the one you get. But he got a whole lot of law books with him. That's why his shoes leaning from pulling them big ass law books. Maybe one of his arms is bigger than the other. He's disheveled because he been up all night thinking of a loophole for somebody else's case that he ain't even fighting just in case they hire him when that dude don't do what he's supposed to. That's the lawyer that you pick. You don't go get Macaroni Tony with the new suit. All you want to do is get on TV and get some free publicity. Maybe he did have a fruit cases that he won probably by sheer force and the person was innocent in the first place. I mean, just by sheer communication and negotiation, because that's all lawyers do. Lawyers are glorified arbitrators. They're gonna either exonerate you, very rare times they exonerate you, they're gonna, or just get you the best deal. Smash that like, y'all. Shout out everybody coming through. Will MAGA outlive Trump? Did Obama outgrow the dems? Did socialists take over? Did the socialists take over? Let's see here. American, American, did socialism take over American politics? I'm gonna say to a certain extent. There's a topic of conversation nowadays. If it ain't what the socialists are coming to do, they're gonna Did socialism take over American politics? Why is society becoming repulsive? You would be surprised at how many people with money rather be homeless than around their family members who are waiting for them to die because, yep, a lot of rich people, a lot of people that got wealth, because rich people and people with wealth is two different things. Some people accumulated the wealth off of even social security checks. Or, you know what I mean? Because I told you, I remember when all the old people used to be found living on the streets, and when they die, they would have all their social security checks on them. It used to always happen, or a coffee can full of money and shit. And that is at the bad level. Everybody's in competition. Remember at Christmas time when there was only 100 Teddy Ruxpins per per department store, and everybody would be waiting and rush in and try to get the Teddy Ruxpins, and they never were there because the workers was taking them home first. But the thing with the Bible is not the knock it, but the Bible is 5,000 years old at its latest, you know, and it's not the most credible of things. Yep, taped around their bodies and hitting in old shoes. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's why you can't really read the Bible like that, because the Bible is 50% a man jealous of a woman in the Bible. You do realize that, right? Or jealous over a woman. It's just the Bible is somebody's the Old Testament is somebody's genealogy, fam. The Old Testament in the Bible, it's somebody's genealogy. Yep. None of them. But they probably the ones that put him in power. They probably his peoples. You know, Mamdani comes from that coffee table Democratic Socialist, and most of them are Democratic Socialists in their thinking. They thinking on the left. The Bloombergs, the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts, the Astors. You know what I mean? And all of those people right there, they're not even in power. They just got old money. They living off of interest. But that's in your faith, prayerful. Can't take that away from you. What do you mean with socialism? The U.S. already has the world's biggest social program, the U.S. military. That's what it is. Lot's story can be compared to another story that was in Gilgamesh. You know what I mean? And different. I mean, we don't know if it was a myth. It's in faith that you believe anything. But what does Lot have to do with Jesus Christ? Can you correlate how they seemingly mixed in together? They say Sodom existed, but you got it in the Old Testament. The way y'all read it, y'all romanticize it. Y'all don't realize these people were a civilization, a community, and it's somebody's genealogy that's deeply involved in that Old Testament. But what was Lot's correlation to Jesus? No, not that Lot was good versus evil. What was his correlation to Jesus? So he's saying Lot was good and Jesus was evil. What's his? You know what I'm saying? If you can't see it, I can't. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, did socialism take over American politics, fam? What's your opinion on that? Look up Jordan Maxwell. He breaks down it all down in religions. For sure, see Sassy. Oh no, all they gotta do is stay tuned to Black Money. You know what I mean? And pretty soon they'll put the pieces to the puzzle together. I throw out little tidbits, you know what I'm saying? All they gotta do is Jordan Maxwell, they ain't got nothing on me in my Denzel voice. You know what I'm saying? Wait. Some people, that's all they know. It's not evil to them. It's just, you know what I mean? Seriously, said, you know what I mean? evil and repulsive. See, you know what I don't like? Somebody else's business. I'm too much on mine, family. That's with me. When somebody's jealous, that means, I mean, yeah, religion is a tool. It is evil. It has done nothing but spread pestilence and servitude all over the world. It's a tool that was used by colonizers. If you don't do this, you're going to hell. You know what I'm saying? That was the end result. That's the end result of the mainstream religions, the Abrahamics. Anyway, who's to say you aren't? What if you found out it was vice versa? God was the devil and the devil was God, or just all the same thing? Because that's all it is. Different people interpret the same thing, and it's all leading back to the sun. If you want to really go to the basis of what's worship, everything and everyone on the planet, the basic form of their worship is to the sun. If the lights go out, you know it's over with, family. And it is what it is. You know that when you say you love God, you're saying you love three different people, right? Or three different entities that makes up God. And it's not the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. It's Guma, Oz, Duba. Google what that is. You know what I mean? Google Guma, Oz, Duba. Smash that like socialism in America. Socialism is America. Check your history. Sound man, lit shot. Bo, what's going on, sound man? Religion, yeah, is a tool. It's a tool to separate us also. That's why they don't have one set religion here. And they got all the answers, like per se, if the Pope actually is the closest to being God's representative on the planet, he shouldn't be doing all the shit he do. Have anybody got and saw that movie, The Conclave? Nah. I had a phone call. My old Earth. Since I've stopped bad behavior, it upsets people because I just refuse to convert back to repulsiveness. Guess what, prayer? You never ever leave it. You just put it aside. No matter what, it's always there. So there's no escaping it. Remember, anything that's a part of you, you never got rid of it. You just don't choose to use that tool. It's like learning to ride a bike. You might never rode a bike in a million years, but when it comes to time when you got to get on that joint and get out of there, you know what I mean? Right, that's what I'm saying. Let it be there, and as a reminder that you don't want to go there. Right, I understand where you're coming from with it, but know that you never fully escape it. It's like people that's on heroin and all different kind of opioids. They never get off of the drug because they constantly got to replace heroin with morphine, and then morphine with Shabashkin or some other free government addiction. Yep. And this is what I tell myself, prayerful soul. Once you all in, ain't no going back. And that's from Black BMC. That's the one of the two things that I tell my people in life. Before you get to the mattresses, try to have a sit down. Okay? And then once you all in, ain't no going back. Smash that like. Sound up. Where you at right now? You in Brooklyn? I got the whole rude boy connection in here right now. We might fuck around and get Rico. King Fire. Man in this joint. Bo. And Sassy Meezy. Got a bunch of wild Colombians, wild Panamanians. Got that whole Caribbeans in this motherfucker. A bunch of Sa Passe, K Paso, y'all man, Wagwan in this shit right now. Smash that like. It's like that sometimes. I'll have a bunch of people from Ohio or Cali. It'll be buzzing. Smash that like. Lot's wife was like mythology. It's just, you know what I mean? Ain't no going back once you all in. Smash that light. Blaze it up, man. Hey yo, and remember, hey yo, I'm gonna tell you some one of the craziest words that I heard one of my rude boy homeboys say. I'm not a rude boy, but I roll with all the rude boys. One of the craziest words I heard them call somebody is a mother skunt. When one of these rude boys, when one of y'all call somebody a mother skunt, that is no respect. Y'all about to headbutt him or something. Mother skunt, bum. You know what I'm saying? Bum, bum. Hey, King Fire, have you ever moved in and out of like Buford or Savannah or Charleston down south? Because they give off a crazy Caribbean flavor. What about you, Sound Man? Have y'all ever moved anywhere down south like amongst the people? The Geechies and all that, they got a crazy Caribbean flavor too. Hi old Silver! Away! It's the Lone Ranger. What's up, Lone Ranger? Okay. You up the street, Sal. Lone Ranger, what's going on? That mighty skunt? You know what I'm saying? What did them call you? That shit? They about to hit you with the machete. Okay, you in Brooklyn. That's what it is. My daddy was living in Brooklyn for decades. He was right over there where the Dominicans was at by the Barclays Center, before the Barclays Center was popping like it is. Yes, I have been through and loved a lot of these parts. Yeah, I'm telling you, Charleston to Savannah got that Geechee flow, got that Caribbean. You almost, and even the way it feels, the weather is equatorial there, and the way the people move in the swamps with the moss in the trees, it'll make you think you on an island in the Caribbean. Shout out Brooklyn. Ain't no sound boy burial, but a sound mind revival is up in here. Lick shot in the air one time. Selector. Y'all remember the DJ was the selector, and when the person they called the DJ, he was a rapper. The rappers were DJs. That's where the birth of hip hop came from, rap. Back in the day, they weren't called rappers, they were called DJs. Remember, the DJ is the one that talked. The selector, you know what I mean, was on the wheels of steel. Rewind selector, the DJ would tell them that. You know what I mean? Smash that like, and the DJ stood there and chanted. Dibby dibby DJ. You know what I'm saying? One of my favorite DJs is Tennesaw, man. Chucktown, exactly. But if you really global with it, it's North Chucktown, baby. If you know, you know, it's North Chucktown where they at. And my heritage is there in up the street from Chucktown in Buford, the Low Country. Right around the corner for that Frogmore Stew in the Piggly Wiggly on Green Street, one block from the basketball court. That's where my roots are right now. I mean, my blood, that I mean, is there. And one of my best friends was from over that way. He also was some kin to them your Massies that's in between Buford and Charleston. You know they got that the reservation. All right, we going at the lunch, Sassy Mo in New York. Everybody in here from New York. I got a New York connection in here now. And you gone. The president. Shout out Sassy Music. The player president. You know what I'm saying? But I'm the player president. Enjoy yourself, Sassy. Greatly appreciate all your super support too. Sassy said, everybody have a blessed day. See what I'm saying? That's that triple OG wisdom. All right, Sassy. Prayerful soul, you got a lot of wisdom in you too through your pain too. I feel it. There's a lot of knowledge and wisdom there, but your understanding is kind of, you know what I mean, muddled because you're mixing it with your pain. But still, gratefully appreciate it when you come through. I understand it. There's nothing wrong with a conversation, even though it might elevate or, you know what I mean, decelerate sometimes. But yeah, proudful soul. Salute. I appreciate that we all, and you know what? In some form or fashion, and whatever we working on, we all working on ourselves. You know what I mean? Yep, none of us are. None of us are. MAGA will die when Trump mash out the office. I think they will too. Because I don't see anybody that's really doing anything to hold the flag down. You don't even see nobody wearing MAGA hats no more. You see people wearing more Rockefeller, Fat Farm, and Coogee than you see wearing MAGA hats. And them shit's been out of style. MAGA hats should have been recent. It should have been an abundance of MAGA hats because at one time that was like, you know what I mean? For real, prayerful, it's like that shit is like I see more motherfucking you know, what's that shit? The Echo with the rhino on it. Then I see MAGA hats, man. But even with Obama, you don't hear a lot of people um running around with Obama shit. But that MAGA shit, remember that hat was synonymous. What happened to all them tennis shoes Trump supposed to have sold in the watches? Yeah, MAGA got tricked into a war. And now they got their head down, but every chance they get, they'll throw a slur. Every triumph that Trump does, they'll co-sign it because that's all they have now. But y'all look at that. Remember all the people that's been like upper epsilon people. They always moved off of some kind of sketchy ass tyranny. Like even when they show us the Duke of Nottingham in the movies and shit, they'll always be moving off of some sketchy scheme. I mean, it's always some sketchy scheme these people got. And we seem to be the collateral damage and implode on each other. We'll implode on each other, fam. Funny fact from Israel, his lawyer is Cuomo, and that Cuomo tried to run for mayor to delay feds after Israel Prime Minister Mario Cuomo. Netanyahu, that's Netanyahu lawyer. Why does Netanyahu use is Mario Cuomo an international lawyer like that? There's a lot of unhappy MAGA. MAGA had a good set of objectives, very poor execution. Let's say that. Wittenberger. You are right. They had a whole plan. That Project 2025 is crazy. But they didn't know how to implement it. Because remember, MAGA is associated with the military, I mean, industrial complex. They didn't know how to implement that shit, fam. Smash that light. Yeah, I know he was associated with Trump. I didn't know he was associated with Netanyahu. Yeah, but you know, I don't know any politician that's not dirty. You know what I'm saying? So everybody be like, well, vote for him. Shit, you might as well close your eyes and just push the button because all of them are going to do what the fuck the people in power tell them to do. There's no politician that's running his own ticket, his own agenda. It's all lobbyist based. Whoever that's around them, that's whispering in their ears, or you catch them in the pictures, who is that? Before they rise to power, you can tell what agenda they're gonna be pushing. And Trump was the face of the oligarchs. They picked somebody that's similarly a character, a businessman, and they also probably laughing at him. Like they got Trump representing them. And remember, everybody used to call him a failed businessman. That shit don't work no more now because even the trickle down effect, the interest off of what Elon Musk is doing, Donald Trump is becoming a billionaire right in front of our eyes. He don't want to be liked by him. He wants his piece of the pie. Rich people don't want to be liked. They want to be rich. They want to be billionaires. So they do what they got to do. That's why they don't do. You don't know any nice billionaires because they don't give a damn. Does a snake have a spine? Shit. Yeah, they have a spine. They got a vertebrae. The snake is a vertebrae. You know, snakes walked at one time. Smash that like whales at one time walked. Yes, but why didn't they want Mandami to be mayor? Because you can see Mandani tell him straight. Well, guess what, Sal? If they didn't want Mandani to be the mayor, he would not be the mayor. You understand? For every antagonist, there's a protagonist, in my belief. If they didn't want him to be the mayor, he didn't just do this miraculous takeover. You know that whoever is controlling that portion of the world wanted him to be the mayor. New York City is the capital of the world. Everybody is trying to get to New York City. You know, the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, which they're not pushing that too much now, but that's what Mondani and them is trying to hold on to. And the purists that's in the power schism that's running the world, they want to hold on to it. But then it's the futurists at war with them, and also the theologians, and then we have into the fray the LGBTQ plus. There's so many variants of power that's, you know what I mean. New York is a experiment right now. If it works with the capital of the world, New York, with United Nations and all that stuff, is that if it works there, it'll work in any city in America, and it's gonna be the new trend. And also, it'll be the new trend in the White House. It'll be, and then it'll probably turn into communism, because right now we living under the same kind of conditions of socialism, but by way of a form of communism, which is the strong man who has the military junta backing him, and the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, and all that stuff. They know everybody's business. Know what I mean? No less we living under, siege. So Donald Trump is not performing anything as a president. He's doing his duty as the commander-in-chief. Smash that like, y'all. His ego only matters when there's other oligarchs applying their opinion to them. It influences his ego. Who? Donald Trump? Because Donald Trump ain't an oligarch. Donald Trump is not an oligarch. I know y'all don't consider Donald Trump to be an oligarch. He's an employee. The president draws a paycheck, whether he takes it and gives it to charity or whatever they say they do with it. He still incurs a check. He's not in power, all encompassing power that our money is his money type of thing. He's in power. He's getting a check. So if somebody's paying him, more likely somebody's programming him. Y'all do realize that, right? That's why I always ask the question if MAGA will support Donald Trump when he's not the president, because it's a different. Donald Trump is not the same person when he's not the president. He's just Donald Trump. Do you understand that? He's only as powerful as his supporters make him out to be. Just like when you buy these fancy cars, the value is in what you place in it. There's no real value to it. You know? Smash that like. I'm telling y'all compartmentalize Donald Trump too much, not knowing that he is a whole industry. Do you know what it takes to beat Donald Trump? I told you, probably 20 clones, all kind of stuff. He is a part of the package. He got more accessories than the G.I. Joe with the action grip. We probably ain't never even talked to the real Donald Trump. He's probably in the bed somewhere, drinking tea with Melania. One of her clones is showing up. Just believe if it's corruption, is deception and espionage go hand in hand. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, but you know they got different clones. Because I can't believe he 80 years old. You don't hear nothing about him like Putin. I can see if they say Putin was in shit. How old is Putin? But Putin be wrestling bears. He does judo, MMA, shooting rifles, smoking cigars, drinking vodka. You know what I mean? Donald Trump, all you see him is going from a plane to, his stomach bad. All that shit that go on the planes. Donald Trump got some kind of diarrhea or something. Even just stewardess, airplane stewardess and people that work on cruise ships, they have a lot of shit going on with their stomach because there's a lot of different viruses that come through that motherfucker. Remember, the world, they service in the world. Donald Trump is off of one plane. He's somewhere eating curry, and then he jump off and eating bangers and mash. Next thing you know, he eat noodles and rice. You know his stomach is fucked up. Him and that goddamn Jinping dude, they took a picture in front of that Heaven's Temple, that white temple. Are y'all aware that that white temple is in every Chinese restaurant on the fucking planet's buffet? That big white temple of heaven. Donald Trump has literally ate fucking Chinese buffet at the original buffet. Y'all know that picture I'm talking about is a picture of Donald Trump and Jinping. They standing in front of this temple white with the pagoda top on it. That is the temple picture that is in every. So communism is here. We see it every day, but we just don't recognize it because it's so, commercialized. And, you know what I'm saying? Like, how can a Chinese restaurant, I'm talking about the Chinese restaurants that sell the shrimp fried rice and the smoke, which is not Chinese food, it's just soul food cooked on a Chinese banner. It's like the Habibi sell a bunch of black people culture stuff under the banner of being in our culture. The Chinese people, that's their version of it. The Chinese restaurants, they come up and it's like, we call it Chinese food, we call it soul food Chinese food. Fried chicken wings, rice and gravy. That's what most dudes get. Give me the fried chicken wings. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? Egg patties and stuff. That's soul food sold by a Chinese person. But they'll come out and all they'll have is a menu. Some guy, you'll never see the person that put the menu in your door. A menu will pop up in your door, or a little infomercial will pop up in your mailbox. You'll get it. Shrimp fried rice. You won't even fuck with it until you need to, or you just ride past and pull up at the Chinese restaurant. Why is them shits always packed? You ever notice that? Yeah, Andre Agassi. Remember his Adidas? Them Andre Agassi Adidas was crazy. Okay, Sound, you old too, boy. You used to wear them trainers. Them daggone Andre Agassi. Remember the Andre Agassi joints? Man, shout out my cousin Kev, man. He had got a pair, turned me on to him. Them Andre Agassis. Right, I can make my own, but that's what I'm saying. We call it Chinese food. It is not Chinese food. It's black soul food, sold by Chinese and now cooked by Mexicans. Y'all notice that the Chinese people didn't have, unless they were deeply ingrained in it, and they them dirty South Chinese people where they fuck with the people. Because I was in speaking of the Low Country, Beaufort, Charleston. Do you know at their Chinese restaurants you can just order fried rice and pork will come in the fried rice? You have to tell them no pork in the fried rice. So you can just order a fried rice and that should be pork fried rice. Because that's their culture. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Shut me out. You notice a lot of true native blacks and Indian people, the red ones and the black ones, because they always try to acclimate everything to the ones that wear the feathers, but the black folks wear the feathers. So you notice that pork is not really in their diet until slavery, Emancipation Proclamation. It was instituted. It came from, the Europeans' interaction with them. There's no pork gods or pig is even mentioned, even like in Mesoamerica, I would believe. And if it was in a different variant. Smash that like. What's going on, Godfather? What's up with your fam? How's your day? What's up with you, my G? Godfather, did socialism take over American politics? See, Godfather, you're interested because I know that you probably have been somewhere when you was young in politics with people that now are considered, in the upper echelon of socialism. You probably dealt with socialism at the grassroots of it when it was fashionable for hippies to get high and stuff and talk, that political stuff, or anti-government. Yeah, you say they're trying to push it, right? So when you was coming up, Godfather, did you ever come across a bunch of people that, I say socialists, because democratic socialist is just a title they put on it. There's so many different variants of socialists in it. It's progressive is the one that's similarly that they're falling under the banner of now. Progressive socialists. Smash that like. But I'm telling y'all, New York is an experiment. If Mamdani can survive and make it even 10% of the things that he's trying to implement work, we can look forward to switching over to the democratic style of government. It's all an experimentation, I'm telling y'all. or getting our minds set for it, and we believe that that mayor of New York is a viable candidate as, you know what I mean, running New York. What about the guy that pops up that's a Democratic socialist that we can put in the White House? Because the conventional form of the two-party system has been crushed nowadays. It's never going to exist again, in my opinion. I don't think Democrats and Republicans will ever have a substantial foothold on politics ever again. It's just the way they even, what's the guy that just died and they put his sister in power? It's like all nepotism and stuff going on with that. It shows you that there's no real power. Power ain't just given out. Power is seized. You don't really hear too much about them. They just like glorified clerks. They're glorified clerks. Politics, it seems, I mean, yep, mentally and spiritually ill because they get in office, and a lot of them, there's no good politicians. Once they get in office, and it's sort of like taking a Masonic oath, because you notice it's all based around oaths and swearing to do this, and I mean, yep, the thirst for power. Once they get a taste of it, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, he was part of that commune for like 7 months, and it was that commune sort of built off of socialist values, sort of like how that country in Africa that everybody is touting to be this. I mean that Burkina Faso, where that's where the Tory dude is. And if you go look at the basis of everything that dude is doing, it's seeming like he's just using the blueprint from how they was portraying Cuba, even to the style of dress with the berets and the high propaganda of showing 1,000 tractors, 1,000 electric cars, 1,000. I mean, that's supposed to be given out to the people, but you have yet to see the implementation of them. What you know what I mean? You can show me 1,000 things that you spent the state's money on, but show me where the state allotted it to these people and it's being implemented in the community. Show me a broken one of these tractors that's being fixed because of the results of using it to till some soil to feed people. Go check on that Tory dude and just look at it on the aspect of no black man in Africa would be talking that strong and powerful unless he had a colonizer. He was in the colonizer's pocket. Maybe Russia, maybe China, maybe the United States. They got France in them out of there. I mean, they no more meal ticket. But I'm telling you, they often switch one bridle for another and get rolled by a different, you know what I mean, rider. You know, if you understand politics in the world, even with Africa. No black man will be talking that shit in Africa. No African, shall we say, will be talking so boldly, and you know what I mean, if he wasn't in the pocket of one of these so-called superpowers. Because they have a lot of resources in Africa. They got all the gold, all the nuclear capabilities, but they only people that have nuclear weapons that I know of is South Africa, and they're closely associated with the colonizers. Smash that like, y'all. But y'all know anything about the Tory dude in Africa? He be talking cash shit from the propaganda they be pushing, like he be on some more, we got this, and I'm taking care of my peoples. But he smells of mercenary, French Foreign Legion trained. He smells of like Idi Amin. He was put in position, but he had all the trappings. Smash that like, share me out. Did socialism take over American politics? It's the conversation right now. Smash that like. They done turned the hard drive into PlayStation. Just look at the PlayStation. You know that the PlayStation is no less just a computer hard drive. The desktop, now they got y'all discreetly playing video games on the desktop. Because everything else that you was doing on the desktop, you can do it on your phone. It's crazy, man. Smash that like. Did anybody hear that speech that Joe Biden gave that I always play? I think that was a dope speech, man. Joe Biden spoke his mind. Smash that like. What y'all think about that Nolan Wales situation? As more and more come out, they should at least be uh, charged if any foul play that they knew, or even if he died at his own hands for being drunk, whoever gave him the liquor. What y'all think about Nolan Wales? We'll politic on that for a few. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. What's going on with y'all today? MAGA is gonna fall apart once Trump is dies, man. But what if Trump lives to be 100? Oh yeah, check. You said it started to look like he was killed at one of them kids' house. Okay, it's heating up. Right, MAGA might get underneath the Democratic fold, for real. Right, Godfather. Most of them, it'd be coffee table talk. It's so many people that wanted to be Democratic Socialists when they was kids and in college and they studied that stuff because, for real, it's been part of the United States indoctrination. Should they be surprised? Should they be surprised that half of their people have Democratic Socialist views? It's been almost prescribed and mandatory. The professors, they did it to themselves. That the professors was the number one spreader of the Democratic Socialist vibe, not a politician, a professor, a radical professor. How many of these radical professors have indoctrinated so many students over the years? You said so many stories going on around Nolan. But that's what that is meant to do, DB, to put so much intrigue out there that it'll always be a conspiracy theory and tell and these people unless they come to justice and give up what they really know, will it always be a conspiracy theory now. Damn, did they where did you hear this from, Chet? Where did you hear this from? Indoctrination starts in the world. Indoctrination starts in the world. Education starts in the home. Education and affiliation, okay, in the home. It gives you, your family is the first organization that you were a member of. Some by force, some by choice. And some never ever really was a real member, just, flourishing. But your family, do you realize that? Your family is the first organization that you are a member of. And then depending on how the people that run your family, install their superstitions, their ethics, their la familia, whether it's pride or reckless abandonment, being ashamed of it or whatever they install in you, that's the first organization that you are a member of. Smash that like. They had somebody that cleared up the phone call with the Coast Guard, but it didn't come from anyone to do with working the case. Okay. Wow. See, what happens is I hope Nolan don't get swept up with the media need to have a mantra or something to talk about, and we really get down to what happened to the young man because now it's too full blown monetized. Now this shit is a whole situation. Some people are making their bones off of talking about Nolan Wales. I don't want him to be the new age George Floyd. I want Nolan to get his reciprocity and his justice to be able to rest. They gave Austin Metcalf his roses, even though I mean it was on his deathbed. Everybody, you notice that nobody was saying anything about Austin Metcalf when they sentenced Carmelo. All they were saying was they want Carmelo holding somebody's pocket. Now, how would they feel now that it's like 4 or 5 different young white kids and a few other mixed kids that are involved, and maybe their parents too also might end up in the penitentiary? So, how do y'all feel about that? I don't hear anybody coming in saying they should go down. Wyatt should be holding somebody's pocket soon. Bart, yeah, he's going to be in somebody's cell because that's what's going to happen to him now. Because some of them got to go to jail, man. I don't care. I mean, what's up? What's going on? Peace, 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 peace. What's up with you? Okay, so can we believe a fourth party, Coastal? You know what I'm saying? And from what I heard on that call, you talking about the call when they called the chief or whoever he was, and the lady was on the phone with him, and dude was acting like he was out of it. Was that Wyatt talking? Because I got that. Wyatt was talking crazy on that shit. That shit. And he said, "Damn it, Bart." Right, but you know what I'm saying? That shit is creepy. And did he know that he would be the topic of discussion like that? We just never know. I mean, where our fate is when we roll that dice, family.
Nikki speaking. How can I help you? Hello, sir.
Hello.
How
Okay.
many adults on board?
There's 0 adults on.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No.
All
Nobody
He
right.
is
here.
plaster. Who gave
Nobody
this
here is
kid
going.
alcohol?
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Florn, and our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you
He's
give
talking
me
about shut the
directions
fuck
to the
up.
locals?
What'd you
Hello?
say? Hey,
Is the yes? How far is the water coming up, sir?
it's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down.
We're
All
going
right.
down,
Where
man.
did you
We
go? Is there
definitely
a
are.
phone number
We're
listed
going
on the
down,
boat?
man. Hey, yo.
I don't know.
Yeah, I need to make that. You know what I'm
Jerry
saying?
Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership. Like
Can y'all hear this? Give me a
I don't
sound
know the
Alright,
check.
tag
unless
on
you
here.
have
We
a
got
membership
withdrawal.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at 2.
They redacted their phone numbers,
Alright,
but they
and is
said the
everybody on
granddaddy
board in good
name.
health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
Alright, do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United
Right, but
States Coast
remember,
Guard?
No, we do not need that.
hey, yo, this is my favorite part.
Alright. Alright, do you have your current GPS
Look,
coordinates?
he heard, look, this
Let
is
me
my,
go look.
this is
Reach
my,
me at 2.
listen to this shit when he say, do we need the Coast Guard?
Alright, and is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
Alright, do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
Alright. Alright, do you have your current GPS
He said,
coordinates?
no, we do not need that.
Let me go look.
Where are you going to look at, dummy?
If not, I
Like,
can send you a text message.
these people going to penitentiary.
North? Alright, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm available.
North? 33?
Smashed out like y'all shut me out. Was Nolan Wells a victim of privilege?
46 and 72.
He was a victim of his own privilege because he was privileged to be amongst those people and ride those boats
Alright, you were breaking up a
and
little bit.
chill.
Can you just repeat
You know
it
what I'm
one
saying?
more time to
And
make
his
sure I
own,
have
and
it
his
correct?
view of things probably.
Sorry, look.
Hello, can you hear me?
They
Yeah,
going to the
what?
penitentiary though.
So you're breaking up. If you need assistance, do you have a VHF radio?
No, we do not have to be HF radio.
Alright, well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone reception. Can you verify your coordinates one more time?
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.2
He got bucked, didn't he?
north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.
He got bucked. Listen, little man.
Right, it looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at Horn
Island?
Island. Yes.
All right, is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
No, we're not aground. We are in
Okay.
17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
All right, have to ask. What do you want to do? Do you want to be pulled back?
I want to get to Ocean Springs or Port Bayou on.
All right, how many adults and children on board?
No, there's no children.
So, is there anybody on board? How many adults, sir? That was the question. Hello, can you hear me?
I'm gonna jump in and pull the plug while you're doing.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay.
How many adults on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No.
All
Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hello?
Is there a living person, someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
There's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
All right, thank you. Does everyone have life jackets on or available to them?
Yes, we have life jackets available.
All right, verify what boat's sinking.
A Triton, 22 foot offshore, 22 foot Triton offshore sea flight hull.
All right. All right. Please hold. I'm transferring you to the local captain now.
This is Captain Seth.
Hi, Captain Seth. This is Vicky from International. How you doing today?
Doing good, how are you?
Good, good. I apologize ahead of time. I really do. You're going to have a fee for service come up under Jerry.
Okay.
It sounds like a bunch of kids on board on Horn Island. He's letting me know that his father's a member, but he can't give me any information. And he's saying the boat is sinking. And he's on Horn Island. It's just unfortunate. He's just a kid. There's a lot going on. So
Right.
he said there's about a lot of people on board. He says he thinks about 7. I'm guessing they're all under 18.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be rude. He wants you guys to go out there and unpump the boat and then tow it in.
Do you know what kind of boat it is?
He said I have a Triton 24 footer, but that's all he can give me.
Okay. Alright, yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat. And
Is it
he said
Jerry?
that Jerry, yeah. He said,
Okay.
I just hung up with him. He said that they don't need any help right now, but if something changes, they'll call me back. So, I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. So they're in a panic, and their boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic. He's saying the
So-
bilge is not keeping up. I asked for Coast Guard. He said no, but he's just really upset on the back end. And, I get it. It's a kid. He just doesn't understand.
Oh, okay. Do you still have him on the line?
Yes, I still have him on the line. And again, I couldn't find, he couldn't give me anything regarding his grandfather's, membership, so it's just under Jerry fee for service.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just talked to. If you wanna, we're so tied up right now. We can't really do any non-member jobs right now.
Is Jerry a member? Did you find out if he was a member or not?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's his boat or what. I'm not sure what's going on with it. Yeah, transfer the kid over. I'll talk to him, and then I'll call his grandpa.
All right. And did you want me to look up Jerry's membership number or anything like that to see if he's I know you guys are
You can
squad.
try his cell phone number.
Yes, sir.
Anything on his phone number.
All right. Yep. It's Jerry. Yeah, he's an active member.
What kind of boat do you have on? Same boat?
Yeah, he's one of your members. Yep, 22-foot Triton. All right. I'll just disregard this one. I'm gonna send you over an accurate one under this Jerry Ackerson one. Okay, he's one of your members. You'll get it in a couple minutes. Okay.
Okay, perfect. All right, and yeah, just transfer this kid over whenever you get a chance.
All right, transferring now. Thank you again, Captain.
All right.
Stay out there. It's crazy. Have a drink.
Oh, it's wild.
Vicky speaking. How can I help you? Hello, sir.
Hello. Okay.
How many adults on board?
There's 0 adults on board.
There's nobody on board the boat?
No.
All
Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Sir, that was not the question. Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Florence, and our village pump is not working. We're thinking, can y'all please tell me the membership?
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey,
Yes, how far is the water coming up, sir?
it's coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like, guaranteed. I don't
All
have
right,
the tag
unless
on
you
here,
have a
we gotta
membership
call.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's
How
on
many?
board.
All right. Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
What?
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
All right. All right. Do you have your current GPS coordinates?
Let me get a look.
If not, I can send you a text message.
North? Alright, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm available.
North, 3 degrees, 5, 46, 72.
All right. 4672. All right. You were breaking up a little bit. Can you just repeat it one more time to make sure I have it correct?
Sorry, look.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what?
So you're breaking up. If you need assistance, do you have a VHF radio?
No, we do not have VHF radio.
All right. Well, let's try to get you going because you don't have good cell phone reception. Can you verify your coordinates one more time?
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Right. It looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you? on Horn
Smash that
Island?
like y'all.
All right. Is the boat sinking or you?
These
have
guys
it
should be in
around?
jail right now.
Is
Ian,
it
what's
around
going on?
question?
No, we're on the ground. We are in
Okay.
17 foot of water. We're in 31.
What's going on, Ian? Ian, here go the e-bike right here, fam, that we raising this bread again because the one that I was looking at was novelty. It wasn't no, I mean,
All right. Where would you like it towed to, sir?
it didn't serve a purpose.
Or full volume on.
We're gonna go with this electric expedition
All right,
too,
how many adults are
similar
children on board?
to suit my needs from my investigation, family. So anybody that wanna indulge in the BMC
Is there anybody on board? How many adults?
foundation stuff, we say the trust, go ahead over there and show your support. Ian, what you got going on, fam? What's up with you today?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, jump in and pull the plug while you're going.
Jump in and pull the plug, Bart. Oh shit. So Bart was there.
Yep, I just need you to answer these questions so I can get you over to the captain.
Okay.
How many adults on board?
There were 0 adults on board.
He put Bart on the
There's
scene.
nobody on board the boat?
No.
All
Nobody
right.
here is over the age of 21.
Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out, man.
Is there a person? Is there a person, a living individual on the boat?
Hey, every time I hear this one, man, this shit crazy.
Hello?
Is there a living person breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
There's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
All right, thank you. Does everyone have life jackets on or available to them?
Yes, we have life jackets available.
All right, verify what boat's sinking.
A Triton, 22-foot offshore, 22-foot Triton offshore sea flight hull.
All right. All right. Please hold. I'm transferring you to the local captain now.
This is Captain Seth.
Hi, Captain Seth. This is Vicky from International.
Yeah, it's damn near 90 degrees here right now. I gotta get back out there on my water shit. Maybe tomorrow. I'm gonna decide tonight. Because the temperature fluctuates. When I do this water giveaway, I want to make sure is that maximum heat so that it will get maximum effect of these people that I'm gonna be replenishing. You know what I'm saying? At the times where they need it. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Realize the left and right paradigm is false and everything is stripped by the elite. Edge issues like abortion, distract, whole foreign policies always stay the same regardless of the party. Ellie, that is so true.
Do you know what kind of boat it is?
Look, the chief already knew who it was.
Okay. Alright, yeah, I just actually got off the phone with his grandpa, who I'm guessing is the owner of the boat.
Oh, you did?
And he said that
Everybody going to jail. Watch.
I just hung up with him.
This sounds like some Mayberry shit.
Help right now, but if something changes, they'll call me back. So I'm guessing that they may have figured it out, because that's what he said. Because they're in a panic and the boat won't crank.
Yeah, they're in a panic. He's saying the bills is not
Doing
gonna
anything
go.
on this
I asked
weekend?
the Coast Guard, he said
What you
no,
got going on
but
this
he's just
weekend?
really upset on the back end, and I get it, it's a
Okay.
kid. He just doesn't understand.
Oh, okay. Do you still have him on the line?
Yes, I still have him on the line. And again, I couldn't find, he couldn't give me anything regarding his grandfather's, membership. So it's just-
That was the hood where I was at, Ian. That was the hood.
Alright,
Where I gave the water all that was the projects. No, I'm going on the other side, closer to the water. You know, it's a different culture. Maybe we have like a multi-cultural situation closer to the water. That was, you know what I mean, right off the banks of the city. We don't go to a part that's right on the shores of the Atlantic Ocean. We got a community down that way.
I'll call his grandpa.
Yeah, that's the. Did you see the middle class live with the projects? Is that all that stuff was new. All that stuff have been built in the last 2 years, and it's. Did you see the apartments that was across the street? That's the middle class. That round building was a bank. All of that is like an experiment right there.
Anything on this one, number?
When I went across the street by the Martin Luther King, now that was the projects. I gave water out right there too, but I didn't do too much filming because people's doing their thing. That some of them don't really want to be on camera, and it might have caused some confusion. But yeah, that was the hood, but that was our downtown area. They have managed to mix and mail. They got billions of dollars invested into that. That's a grand experiment. You see, the McDonald's was underneath. I mean, the same people living out there in the same social structure are on different aspects of life. Middle class people live with the project people because with charging some people $1,500 to $2,300 rent, some people are out there paying $400 or $500 with giving the same dwellings. Yeah, that's the middle class. It's the projects. You know what I mean? They have since elevated. We got a lot of money coming in. We building a casino. We got casinos across the water. We got a bunch of submarine and ship contracts in the area. It's right across the street from where we got main event boxing and all kind of sports stuff and festivals. Right there in that area where I told you the middle class, it's so many amenities right there in that area, and the people that even Duke and them afford it. So much stuff is around that shit, man. Yeah, right there where that McDonald's at though, Ian. When we politic off of this, I'm gonna tell you a crazy story about me and that McDonald's, man, because it has always been a McDonald's in that area. Where I had sat down to pass the first bottle out, that was the original McDonald's, and where they built the McDonald's now, that was a McDonald's before they put the projects in the apartments on top of it. It was the McDonald's was located right there. It's always been in that area. Smash that like that's a crazy experiment. Go back and look at the dynamics on that in that area and see how fast it changes when I cross the street, when I get to the point when I'm at the Martin Luther King Monument. That's when you cross over into Diaspora and the real projects, the original inhabitants of the projects. Everything else when I was over by the bus station giving out the water was a grand experiment. Remember when I said if I ain't had I still won't go. I still went over there, remember? If you'll catch it on the end of my video. Did y'all see the guy walk past me and say, you somebody famous, that I was somebody famous? Yep. And you wouldn't have looked out of place. Because that's why I'm going to the other side of town now to give out the water. Because that's when we might run into somebody with a PBR and a Bowie knife, or maybe even, I heard that side of town I'm going to has become a little taken over by the Latinos. So maybe even running into a Guatemalan or a Mexican or two, you know what I mean, a migrant. But, you know what I mean, I'm trying to mix up the flavor, and that I'm trying to give it out to all Americans, not just, you know what I mean, a particular, everybody in America should be, you know what I mean. And then, you know, I'm trying to incorporate the muffins involved, give them a little something to put on their belly, some staple muffins, and it's cheap to, you know what I mean, for what my capabilities, because all of this is funded by the BMC and people that support. So muffins, socks, and water, you know what I mean. Yeah, in America, McDonald's has that too. It depends on which area you're in. McDonald's has a CEO school linked to Purdue College in Lafayette, Indiana. You know what I'm saying? But Ralph, no matter what country you're in, it's not nothing in comparison to being American. So it's all just chitter chatter. Smash that like. Okay, I bet you he'll probably be on the other end of town too. Or maybe I'll bump into one of my homeboys. The last time I was on this side of town that I'm going to, because like I said, it's multicultural. You might see a plethora of different kind of people there. But and it's right on the Atlantic Ocean, so it's going to be a different. Last time I was over there, I seen my boy that I grew up with, that I was known for knowing all the Jeopardy questions, and he reminded me of it. Yeah, Uncle Dookie. I know where Dookie at right now. Probably he's probably in another city, chilling in the plaza, dressed to the nines. Telling you, Uncle Dookie is the man, for sure. He's sort of like a Huggy Bear type from Starsky and Hutch. Remember they used to always run in the Huggy Bear, Antonio Fargas. Dookie, I'm telling you, he stayed dressed to impress. Most countries in Europe suck right now. East and West, they suck. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got no more people that they can bleed dry but themselves. Ukraine is the #1 European country right now. Ukraine the big dog. Ukraine the big dog now, y'all. Y'all notice that? Ukraine bus shots at Iran. Is that going to spill over into, you know what I mean, geopolitical warfare? Sort of like when Archduke Ferdinand got knocked off and it started World War One. Right, the country United States of America has a lot of workers, but they also have a lot of products too that are Americans. That's the number one product that the United States creates is Americans, and they haven't been putting too much into the ingredients as of late. So they're making a bunch of shitty Americans, Timu Americans, and now that's them immigrants, the Timu Americans, are coming to take over. That's what the Democrats was doing essentially, making a bunch of bringing in a bunch of Timu Americans to vote and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what they was doing. You got to know that the Democrats are doing the same thing that the Republicans are doing. But that's depending on what you consider an education. And healthcare could be just a band-aid, some aspirin, and a know what I'm saying, and an arm splint. How in depth is the healthcare? You know what? What's so crazy? I don't hear a lot of people in Europe talking about having cancer or any of these things, multiple sclerosis, and then they'll say they got free healthcare. So what is the free healthcare? America has funded millions of wars and then won two wars back to back. I mean, that's why in 1950 we was the superpower. Everybody else was getting back. We was getting over because whether they lost to us and owed us or they won and because of us they owed us. So everybody owed America a bunch of bread. You feel me? See, education is nothing but indoctrination. That's dangerous, my G. Yeah, education is dangerous, man. Especially if you're not in control of the literature or, you know what I mean, the syllabus. Godfather, what's going on? C. C. Smash that light. It depends on the education, Godfather, because a lot of times education will be pinpoint. Like you may be educated in doing small engine repair, but you might not know nothing about um, surveying. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, Sassy Missy said she was going to seafood, cracking crab. Sassy Missy went to go crack some crab. She was in here for a little bit, dropping knowledge, OG wisdom. She went to crack some crab. Smash that light. Y'all notice that it's a job vacuum out here. A lot of Red Lobsters, a lot of Burger Kings, falafel shops even are shutting down. The world is being that much separated but brought together by way of everything is augmented reality. It's done online. It's not free, it's tax funded. That's not really why U.S. joined. That was an excuse. The United States was about to get involved anyway. Because if they wouldn't have, they would have been privy to the nuclear bombs and stuff, atomic weapons and shit, if they didn't get involved. And maybe that either side would have attacked them. It was a matter of taking sides. Because they funded both groups before they got involved. The United States still had a crazy relationship with Hitler, Henry Ford, and oligarch. Manhattan Chase Bank even housed German Deutschmarks. Because remember, Germany was like a big ass corporation, just like the United States. I mean, and it was the manufacturing of war had been their forte for centuries. They have their history in the Teutonic Knights. Oh, that seafood. What's your favorite seafood, Ian? What's your favorite seafood? Exactly. You know, when people be getting these college, go to community college and they get a check with it and they be like, yeah, I'm beating the system because they paying me to go to school and I better go to class. Sometimes they cheat themselves when, why not, if they paying for it, you can get the degree or the, you know what I mean? Why not do that and get paid to do it because they're going to pay you regardless, right? When I hear somebody say that, they're like, I'm beating the system. I'm going to community college. I'm getting a return. And they're just doing it just to get the return. And when they, you know what I mean? The biggest asset of that is they're able to get a free education, which nothing's free. They still owe that 12, whatever, but they'll get to spend some of it. You know, they'll get an allotment. It's all the people like people with record deals. They'll give you some money on unrealized gains. And when you don't make that money back, which they do, everybody like that, they'll make triple time what you were even actually worth or you even owe them, but they'll still want you to pay the red because that's how business is done. A lot of people be like, I'm getting over on the community college when the community college is getting over on you. They have to give that money away. And when you know what I mean? Man, I'm simple, says Ian. Give me shrimp and crawfish, boy, and I'm good. I be lost trying to eat crab or lobster. Okay, you ain't never had no crab family or no lobster. Wow. I'm more pro shrimp. That crawfish is always messy, man. Do y'all got y'all own version of how y'all cook y'all crawfish and y'all seafood? And do y'all use Old Bay seasoning, which is a staple here, even up and down the East Coast. You go in somebody's house that's in the rural, or even somebody's grandma that loves seafood, you'll smell Old Bay seasoning. Wow, alcohol and cocaine. Yeah, because if y'all notice, this guy Wyatt, the one that was on the all these shows, the white guy, the little swarthy looking one, he got a little drain. So they might have been doing some cocaine and alcohol. Maybe that's why they fought. Maybe it was slipped in his drink or I mean, come on, chill. All of us are doing it. You know, the peer pressure. You know what I'm saying? It sounds about right. But then again, we gotta hold those accountable that gave him all of these drugs, illicit drugs. Because remember they got what's the dude? Was it Matthew Perry? The person that sold him the fentanyl or whatever he died from. His dealer is now doing like 20 years. Even Michael Jackson doctor went to jail. So shit, one of these young boys need to go to jail, and their parents, whoever supplied the the party favors, shall we say? See what happens when you don't check your teens and your young people. Me, I mean, one thing I'm gonna do is, I mean, monitor what my peoples is doing. I don't condone young people drinking, although I don't give a damn. They do it. They're gonna do it, but I don't condone it. I don't condone them doing weed. They're gonna do it. I don't get involved in it. If they do it and they want to mine, if I see it getting out of hand, I'll check it. But other than that, you know what I mean? Everything that you tell somebody that's young and their mind is being shaped that to do, everything you tell them not to do, they're gonna do it. Cause you been young. Everything the motherfucker told you not to do, you was already doing it. Shit. Don't go get no pussy, you gonna get a baby. You should, mom, I got a pocket full of rubbers, you know what I mean? Don't catch me out there drinking, you can throw up on the side of the house coming in late. You know what I mean? If you smoking that weed, you smell funny. No, mom, with a whole pocket full of goddamn Black and Miles and blunts. You know what it is. Well, yeah, we need a toxicology report. No, we need them to just tell the truth of what happened. If it was underage drinking and a little drugs involved, okay. If y'all got scared and lawyered up and, you know what I mean? Say that because there's a lot of lives at stake right now. These young boys can end up in prison. Okay, on that Creole seasoning for hours. Okay, what's the basis of Creole seasoning? I know the Jamaicans, they like to use that Scotch bonnet. That motherfucker hot. What's the basis of Creole? It may be something that already exists. It just depends because all of us got a different variant of what we call Creole. Because Creole just means like mixed race. It's sort of like mestizo. You feel me? Now, if you would have said Cajun, I would have knew you would have had a little etouffee in your background because Cajuns are no less just like the Arcadians that's in Canada. When they got kicked out of the Europe, some of them went to French Canada and some of them went to French Louisiana, which we got the Cajuns down south of French Louisiana. Smash that like. I was very fortunate enough to get a full scholarship, but I also took classes that actually would help me excel in my career. No bullshit indoctrination, right? No, what they call it? Liberal arts. You know, I got a degree in liberal arts, and then you ask them what they was doing. A bunch of pottery, reading a bunch of democratic socialist books, and yoga, everything but creating a craft for themselves. Liberal arts. And hey, let me ask you something, Godfather. Tell me exactly what the Peace Corps is. Because I grew up with hearing people went to the Peace Corps and there always was some white blonde haired kid that goes to the Peace Corps. But what actually does the Peace Corps do? It always baffled me that people, I always thought it was like a breeding ground for the CIA, the Peace Corps. Anything with peace in its name has to be a little bit funded by war. Okay, paprika, garlic powder, thyme, red chilies, black white pepper, cayenne, oregano. Ian, you know you just everything you just said is the ingredients to Old Bay seasoning, right? Everything you just named. If you said, see what I'm saying? That's why I said tell me the ingredients. As everything you just named. You see what I'm saying? Because I have found out that from the deepest brown Texas at the border of the Warreds all the way up to Maine, a crab boil is a crab boil. And most of the same ingredients are used but by different names. Just as well as somebody tell me what a dan doodle is. Anybody know what a dan doodle is? I used to have to go to get a older lady that I used to be the runner for when I was young. That was like one of my first gigs. Being an entrepreneur, I used to go to the store for. She'd throw her key down. I used to have to go to the store and get her a dan doodle, some rutabaga or some radishes, and a mush rat, which was a nutria rat. If you know what a nutria rat is, a big ass rat, skin. You can see the teeth and the tail, and it was wrapped in newspaper. And the vegetable man or the fruit man had it. The fruit man had some good peaches back then. Them peaches you get, the motherfucker give you a sample of that shit. Maybe some of them got a little soft. Man, them motherfuckers was real. You can't find that in the store. You go buy the peach, that bitch be hard as a motherfucker. Color watermelon back in the day, you be spitting out seeds on each other. It would be watermelon. But I used to get the rutabaga, the mush rat, which was a nutria rat, and the dan doodle. Somebody tell me what a dan doodle is. Shit. That old bed and a bottle of Heineken on boil and you throw some of them daggone. See, you know what? And that's go by our palates too, because the different elements that make up the ingredients that we using too is all in the soil and you know what I mean, the variance of it. So yeah, I can understand what you're saying though. Then y'all also had the conch down there in. You ever heard of the conch sandwiches? My boy used to go to Savannah. Me and him used to hit the Yamakar projects, chill out there, get some of that good goddamn going Georgia pine, and then we'll hit over to Shabassis off of MLK in Savannah. And I used to just get like the norm chicken and fries because I wasn't too keen on seafood at the time. And he would snatch up a conch sandwich. They had lemon pepper conch sandwiches, barbecue conch sandwiches, fried conch. Y'all know that shell that they like blowing. There's an animal in there. And down south, they eat that shit like it's a goddamn chicken breast. My boy Henny used to go get one right off of MLK at this joint called Shabassis. Shout out Savannah. That's a enclave of kind of like spiritual people. They mix it with that African and also the Native American Indian because right on the water they got a project called the Yamakra Projects, and they tell you that before this was projects, the people that lived here were native to this area. It's right there, but we refuse to believe it. We all go to Georgia to go to Atlanta and ride right past Savannah where the history's there. Social programs for American citizens only. Not one dime should be spent for illegals and non-citizens. And that's so true, John Stevens. Not one dime should be allotted to somebody that's not paying into the whole system. I'm in full agreement with it. I fully agree, fam. But I mean, we leaning towards that socialism real hard. I'm telling you, we're leaning towards it. We undercover socialists. Oh, that conch. Okay, Ian. So you have heard of it. Can you because here you can probably go And catch a conch. I noticed I was with my kids. I caught you know the crabs that live in the shells. Just walked out and picked one up off of the Atlantic Ocean. My kids was like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Shout out everybody coming through, showing that support. Peace Corps was a group of wannabe superheroes that ran around the world, more or less being medicine and doctors and other types of agricultural production mostly. Okay, but do you think under that banner it was a flip side of maybe espionage? Because who better to get in with a country but somebody with gifts and blessings in their hand? That's how they come. They'll come with, you know what I mean? This is for God, and you know what I mean? Okay, you far from the ocean. Okay, ain't nothing like that ocean breeze or standing on the ocean looking out at that vast, you know what I mean, desert. Ain't nothing like it, fam. Especially if it's kind of stormy and you can get on the beach over on my side and you look out, man, that shit, and you know it ain't nothing but water, millions of miles. Wow, that's an amazing sight, man. I say everybody who ain't never been to an ocean need to see what you surrounded by, and every American citizen who has never been to Washington D.C. need to do just like the Muslims when they make sure they go to Mecca for their pilgrimage, they Hajj. They need to go to the capital and experience where the Constitution is most powerful, the beacon. You feel me? Smash that like. When MAGA outlived Trump, did Obama outgrow the dems? Did socialists take over? Who divided America? Somebody take a stab at this underneath this in the comment section too. Let's get to keep the conversation going and your opinion on it. No, it ain't. The ocean is right off the goddamn DC is right off the ocean, fam. Washington D.C. The Chesapeake Bay is the ocean, fam. D.C., Baltimore, you know what I mean? Tidewater. I'm right off the Chesapeake Bay, homie. You know about the new the Bay Bridge tunnel they building? It's costing a bunch of billions. That shit going underwater. We got a bunch of tunnels. We surrounded by tunnels here. Yeah, but when you in DC, brother, and all that, you're actually right there on the Atlantic Ocean, fam. I'm here. But brother, where you say you was at? You gotta stop Wikipedia and shit. Smash that like it's 9 of y'all in here. Let's get them likes up, man. Let's get them likes up. I don't know, during the Vietnam War, there were lots of men joining the Peace Corps instead of joining the military, right? But the Peace Corps was probably a breeding ground for the CIA, because look at the type of people that were joining the Peace Corps. It was the upper echelon, Godfather. It wasn't like no regular people like in impoverished neighborhoods going to the Peace Corps. The Peace Corps always been like an upper echelon thing. Somebody that has opportunity, maybe they can go to college. No, mom, I'm joining the Peace Corps. I'm going to Rwanda and pass out rice. Tacoma Park, Maryland. Okay. Smash that like. I say every citizen should get to DC, man. I used to go out there and just chill. You can just smoke weed in DC. Not that's one of you know, just one of your freedoms as an American. You can go stand in front of the White House. You can sit on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. You can walk past the Washington Monument and touch it. That shit is so chill. You would think it'd be hot as fuck out there. You touch the Washington Monument, it's cool to the touch. That granite. And it ain't even that tall. The fucking Washington Monument is not as tall as you think. Even the Capitol building that we done seen on the money, that shit, it look, you like, damn, when you riding down Pennsylvania Avenue, it really feels like you on like the news. You know how the news they show you going down Pennsylvania Avenue and you see the Jewish Museum and all that shit over that way. Right, I did it. You can go through my old content. I'm gonna have to chop that one up. When I was in DC and I was talking to the young boys, it was during the Breonna Taylor times. I was talking to the young boys and they was telling me that they was going around doing a bunch of protesting. And as I watched the news, I used to see them all over the country. Really, with the remember Breonna Taylor, everybody always hollering George Floyd, but remember Breonna Taylor was everybody was running behind. Oh yeah, we used to buy crack at Berry Farms. Remember the mayor of DC was arrested for crack and got out and became the mayor again. We used to get your crack from. You know, U Street, they still be pumping over there, not crack, but they got like restaurants and everything. Me and my queen was up there one day, and we rode through U Street, and they had a bunch of old school cars out there, motorcycles. It was dope. Man, you ain't brought no crap from 16 Pennsylvania Avenue. You ain't even got the fucking credentials to get in 16 Pennsylvania Avenue. As a tourist, when they open up the gates for the tourists to come in, but you ain't even got that. You wouldn't even be talking about it, Charlie. Smash that light and shut me out. But Chocolate City is Chocolate City. They got a dope mixture of society, like from all over the world. People are in Washington D.C. This thing of a country. There's a community of them there in Washington D.C. It's eclectic. If you haven't got a chance to really go to Washington D.C., if you went there with a school, even with a school field trip, get back there and experience. Yeah, Hunter Biden. No, Hunter Biden had to go to the hood to get that shit. That's why he went and got that 38, man. Why you think Hunter needed a 38? And that's the kind of gun that he got his brother's ex-wife to throw in a supermarket parking lot. She should be under the jail. Hunter Biden got his brother's ex-wife, his dead brother's ex-wife, who he was doing drugs with, probably sleeping with, to throw this. And why did the Secret Service step in anyway? If Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son, don't he have a detail of Secret Service that follow him? Or I would suggest that they'll probably follow him anyway, being that his close association with his father or somebody. You know what I mean? Be following him. He's all on the jet going. He had deals in Ukraine and also in China, making millions of dollars. But he's smoking an old school drug like crack. Like I would take him to be a powder cocaine man. Crack is so dirty. You know what I mean? Everybody that smoke crack, from white or black, you know, that's supposed to be a poor man's. That's the cheap vodka. Cocaine supposed to be what the people that's on the upper echelon, because it keep them jacked up. Crack keep them disorientated, bugging and picking the floor for everything they see white that they think is crack. Powder cocaine gives them that Tony Montana feel. I can do this. You know what I mean? Hey, watch how you talk to me, okay? You know what I'm saying? That's that powder feel. That crack is disorientated bugging. It's sort of like when you compare alcohol to marijuana. Two drugs, but different feels. Alcoholics don't generally hang around people that smoke marijuana, because marijuana are Jamaica, no problem, man, laid back. And when alcoholics are mainly abusive, loud, disorientated, equilibrium off. It's the same way with crack people and cocaine. It's two different vibes. Cracks are jumping off the wall. You know what I mean? In cocaine, they're gonna enjoy the drain and they're gonna talk fast and everything's gonna be done efficiently. You know, it's more chiller, but it's still fast paced. But that crack is they're gonna be bugging. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it's some of that old school crack. That it ain't just some baking soda. It's because you know that shit had B12 in it and all that stuff. It's crazy. Well, Hunter Biden been doing a bunch of interviews too. Shit, it's money in argument reality, man. You say Hunter is scum. All that shit is augment reality, man. I say Hunter just talking like a normal American citizen, because that's just what he is now. His dad's retired, so they retired back into American society. Hunter was up there. I'm pretty sure he's coming with a book and maybe even a movie, surviving Joe Biden or some type shit. I'm telling you, because there's no money in talking about how somebody retired and it was all peaceful and cool. Remember the last dude that said peace got whacked? Ask Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying? The last person that said peace got whacked. But you know what I'm saying? Ash Clarence 13X. Smash that like. Hunter Biden is no less upper middle class elitist America in its purest form. He's no less all these privileged kids grown up. They came up doing crack. You know what I'm saying? Smoking jumbos, hanging out with black folk. I mean, never representing or recognizing. I mean, the following trends. Everybody listened to Run DMC. Everybody listened to the AC/DC and Aerosmith. Do y'all realize that? In the 80s, you know what I mean? It's a particular person that was raised in the 80s. Even with the men today, the black men from that have been raised in the 80s, when they come in the room, they know how to read the room. Have you ever been around a older gentleman, black man, and he's not really feeling the pressures of society, like in poverty, anything like that? Because a lot of times those black men will come in the room with their head down. But a black man strong and knowing his worth that comes in the room, he'll read that motherfucker. Because that's what he's been trained to do. He'll pinpoint the racists, he'll pinpoint the sympathizers, he'll pinpoint the weak, the victims, or whatever. You know what I mean? And see what the conversation is and going to be now that he has appeared. Smash that like. You say the Trump family is all scum. Well, all of them are just as crooked as they come. They're cartels. They're S corporations. So if you call one a scum, all of them are. Godfather. Now Hunter was an artist. Remember, sold paintings to the Chinese for millions. I mean, that was his scam. See, liberal arts. See what I'm saying, Godfather? He one of them kids that took advantage of his liberal arts degree. He's different. He paints. Yeah, and he smokes crack on the side. That helped with his creativity. You know what I mean? That's what a lot of people are doing with their kids with TikTok. They're handing them a phone and letting TikTok raise them. You know what I mean? And that's how a lot of people came up that had privilege. Either they let the mental, the group homes and those said put them on pills, Thorazine and Ritalin saying they had HHDD, or they let them explore it, or whatever that was their fascination. It was two different kind of kids that came out of that. You know what I mean? 70s and 80s, and Hunter's one of them. They be heavy into the liberal arts and going to college, but they got juvenile mental institutions in their background for cutting themselves or taking pills, and then they become the elder statesmen because of nepotism. Smash that like, y'all. Charlie Kelly, what's your gender? Because I'm just going off of what you said. I like my coffee like I like my men, black and strong. Salute, family. I'm asking just I just want to know what I'm co-signing, because that sounds about right. The world view of it, whether it's accepted or recognized. That's the world view of black men. All of them love them. Know what I mean? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Was Nolan Wales a victim of privilege? Somebody give me an answer on that one. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. You can lose crap there. improve your knowledge and creativity. Shit. But the flip side of it, it's after effects. It's like all those wonder drugs that they be selling online. But when you tell the after effects of it, you know what I'm saying? Smash that like y'all. Crack can have your ass bouncing off that wall, family. Especially if you get some of that crack from the 80s. That was, remember, the crack from the 80s was, you know what I mean, the experiment. Anything now that they would consider crack is just probably a get over. Because nowadays everything is so mixed. Even the weed that people are smoking that's mainstream probably got some sprayed on it. Because you can tell it gives you different vibes. Depending on what they tell you the weed is. You know what I mean? It does directly that. No munchies, no laughing, no, you know what I'm saying? You like, God damn. I'm just, it puts you just in a state of confusion when you smoke some of that new age weed. But I mean, a good strand to have you medicated like the old days. High, munchies, red eyes. You'll smell the sweet smell of THC in the weed. And why is that, Godfather? Are you allergic to it? Are the opiates? What's the thing with you taking the painkillers? Or is it because of your past history with drug abuse? Smash that. Like, remember when they used to push all the drugs on TV every night? The commercial was like some kind of drug. I remember Ozempic when in its first when they used to push it. Then you listen to the shit and it be the side effects: ears bleeding, toenails fall off, baldness, sterilization, dementia. You'd be like stomach cramps, diarrhea. What in the world? What makes you think I want to take this drug? You know what I'm saying? And then you would go in your doctor's offices back in the day before you had to sign up online to get the free samples. You could go in the doctor's office. It'd be a basket full of all the myriad different forms of drugs that they were trying to introduce into society. The doctor's office would be the number one over the counter. You know what I mean? And then people will take that home and put it in their medicine cabinets, and people will come and use your bathroom and then treat it as like a drug dealer. They go through your medicine cabinet and use your pills. Your mom would be like, what are you talking about? Because they used to give out shit, opioids like crazy, like for a toothache or seemingly your back hurt or anything, they'd write a prescription. And as long as you had that $2 or $3 or maybe even whatever, if you wasn't insured, that you could get you a bottle of it, people used to, it was a scam. From the back and forth with them pills. No, I can't function on them at all. Mostly like thinking or trying to reasoning. Okay. That's what it is, Insatiable. Welcome back. Smash that like, but that's crazy. Remember they used to give out all the pills though? They used to give out credit and pills. Capital One, you could get from $500 to $5,000 like numerous times from Capital One. Sort of like you would send that penny in and get all those CDs from Capitol Records. Remember Capitol Records, you send a penny in, they'll send you 10 of your latest, greatest. They'll send you Sade, Bob Marley, let's see, Michael Jackson, all the greats, Luther Vandross, Anita Baker, Keith Sweat, Cameo, AC/DC, White Snake. You for a penny, you can get your choice. Dwight Yoakam, Kenny Loggins, Eddie Rabbit. You know what I mean? Y'all remember Eddie Rabbit? Godfather, you remember Eddie Rabbit, fam? Well, Eddie Rabbit. I love a rainy night. The Eddie Rabbit was off the chain at one time. He had his, you know what I mean? What was Eddie Rabbit's background? Was he from the Appalachians or something? Now that you think of that name, Rabbit. Smash that like y'all, share me out. Was Nolan Wells a victim of privilege? Let's change that up, you know what I mean? We multifaceted in the conversation. I mean, today, let's see. Let's go something light right quick for a little bit. Let's take this up. Who is your idol? Who is your rival? 2 questions. And sometimes idols become rivals, especially when it comes down to resources. And you know what I mean? And that depends on who's answering the question on what the answer gonna be. Smash that like. Who is your idol and who is your rival? Godfather, who is your idol and also who would you consider your rival? Oh yeah, but you are familiar with Eddie Rabbit, right? Yeah. Who was you listening to when Eddie Rabbit was popping? John Denver, Smoky Mountain Rain. Smoky Mountain Rain. You listen to John Denver when Eddie was popping. Eddie had a little run. He had a little. He was like a country Elvis. That old Eddie. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. I just used to like good music back in the day when I was coming up. No matter who was singing, if it was dope, I fucked with it. You know what I'm saying? The Stones probably, okay, the Rolling Stones, okay. So you liked it a lot of blues also, because you know the Rolling Stones fashioned themselves off of the old school blues groups and blues singers, Howlin' Wolf and, you know what I'm saying, Lil Walter. But the Stones, you know what I mean, it was like that. Yeah, the people that grew up listening to the Stones either was hippied out or had some bread, because you know they like the, you know what I'm saying, they like the rawest form of the Beatles. And if you listen to the Beatles, you probably grew up and became a democratic socialist. Don't you want a revolution? You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Remember Nike was pushing that democratic socialist shit? Nike was heavy into that revolution. It was the mantra. It's all in the wording. Smash that like. But yeah, the Rolling Stones. So shit, you can listen to Jefferson, Airplane and Starship. Used to call Prince my idol, but I got older. I look at those subletters like God is my idol, right? Well, Prince, were you in the music business? Because remember, Prince was a child prodigy. On his first album, you know what's so crazy about Prince? Prince is the first album that I ever sold on eBay. It's the first thing I ever sold on eBay. Was the first Prince album when he damn near naked on the album. His first release, when you look on the back of it, and it shows you Prince Rogers Nelson wrote all of this and performed damn near with every instrument on the album. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I had got a hold of Prince, because I had found the crate of old records. I always used to listen to Prince when I was a kid. I told you I lived across the street from 2 people that dressed like Prince. But that Prince, that album, and then in the event of the internet, you find out that Prince was a crazy producer. And his thinking was also worldly. He invested in a lot of stuff that was on the cutting edge, like Nike. You know what I'm saying? And also, he brought Michael Jordan to Nike. Prince did. It was behind. Prince invested in Bill Gates and all that stuff back in the day. Okay, Jimi Hendrix was your all-time favorite entertainer. Remember Jimi Hendrix, you catch him on some of this old film, he talking like he from England. And he from Seattle, Washington somewhere. You know, Prince was like Michael Jackson. Both of them was on opioids. It's a lot of conspiracy theory how he died too, just like Michael Jackson, like they maybe died from overdose. But yeah, Jimi Hendrix, he was dope for what he was. He used to play a right-handed guitar with his left hand or something like that, and upside down. So whatever music you was getting from him was probably playing backwards in his mind coming out. I mean, but yeah, Jimi Hendrix was like that. He used to talk like he was from England. Yeah, and remember he fought the record industry by changing his name and still put out music. The artist formerly known as Prince and known as the Symbol. He did a lot of little quirky shit to fight the power. But remember back in the day, that's when you could do shit like that. Nowadays it'll seem gimmicky and they'll lock you up somewhere in the insane asylum. But Prince did a lot of stuff. Like he taught these producers and stuff to be self-sufficient. Like even you ever heard of Patrice Rushen? You maybe know her son Jazzy Fizzell, but Patrice Rushen was an R&B singer as well as a hell of a producer. She helped shape the sound, like the Memphis and that down south sound. But yeah, I remember when Jimi Hendrix, Jimi Hendrix used to play in James Brown band and Al Green and all that stuff. Yeah, he owned his own masters. Well, he had to fight for them. Imagine when Michael Jackson brought that catalog that he owned everybody's masters. He owned the masters to the song Happy Birthday, the original version. Michael Jackson, you know what I mean? But a lot of them got their masters back from Michael Jackson, like Patti LaBelle and other artists that was Little Richard. Everybody but Paul McCartney, because Paul McCartney, the one that told Michael Jackson about it. Yeah, he did. Jimi Hendrix used to play in a lot of people band. As well as Drake, the rapper Drake. His daddy did too. His daddy name is Dennis Graham. His daddy used to play instruments in Al Green band, James Brown. Also, his uncle is Larry Graham. Aubrey Graham is Drake's real name. Aubrey Drake Graham. His uncle Larry Graham. I know y'all heard of Larry Graham. He had that joint. Love has played a game on me so long. I tried so. That out there, remember he had Graham Central Station? That's Drake's uncle. That's his daddy brother. Dennis Graham is his daddy. He plays the instrument too, but and also Larry Graham played the bass in Prince's band. The Revolution, Larry Graham played the bass. Google it. People don't know the connections. It's 6 degrees of connections. Drake is on purpose. He's already part of the upper echelon. He's musical royalty. His uncle is, you know what I mean? Larry Graham. His daddy is Dennis Graham. Smash that like, y'all. No, they wanted it when they was dealing with that title situation. Prince knew because a lot of these artists that gave Jay-Z and Beyonce their music through title got beat out of their money and in their investment when it got big. It's sort of like you invest heavy in the stock that falls. Like everybody that invested heavy in SpaceX and then it failed, they lost a great amount of money, but they might gain. They gotta have some patience, but you know what I'm saying? Okay, with Wolfman Jack. Hey, the Wolfman. Aroo, yeah. Remember Wolfman Jack? Wolfman Jack was straight from, he reminded when Happy Days was popping and, you know what I'm saying? And then Casey Kasem took over after Wolfman Jack. And maybe if you was cool, you weren't ready to run outside, you stay around and watch the American Bandstand with Dick Clark. Word, Russell. That's what it is. Russell, you just a miserable dude too, man. You got to be some single guy that's teetering on the brink of insanity, Russell. You are miserable. Wow, a colonized country. Smash that like. How does your idol sound? How does your rival sound, Russell Dixon? And who is your idol and who is your rival, fam? Smash that like. Remember when superheroes was really superheroes? When you used to really want to be Superman? Remember that? Remember when superheroes was really superheroes? Motherfuckers tie a towel on their neck and out like they Superman. Nowadays, motherfuckers running with a towel on their neck for acting like thinking they Superman. It's smash that like y'all. Shut me out. Will MAGA outlive Trump? Let's revisit that one more time. And for those of us that got an opinion, you can leave a comment in the below. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. There's 5 of y'all in here, man. Double tap that stream, man. Somebody take a stab at will MAGA outlive Trump? Ain't nobody like Teddy Pendergrass, Marvin Gaye, not to mention Barry White, of course. Yep, and James Brown, that's one of my favorite artists. James Brown was multi-faceted and talented in what he did. A lot of people emulated James Brown, like Michael Jackson and all of the greats that came after James Brown. He was like a heavy influence on them. Right, remember when we used to be kids like that? That's the stuff we did. You know what I mean? We made bow and arrows, or it wasn't, you know what I mean, segregated how we played. We wanted to be cowboys and Indians, cops and robbers. Smash that like y'all. Shut me out. What y'all think, man? Yeah, we was crazy, John. Was doing a bunch of shit, fam. And that's what it is. Greatly appreciated. Back in the 60s, Wolfman started a pirate radio station in Mexico, more powerful than anything legal in the United States. I remember Wolfman Jack used to be popular. Remember Wolfman Jack had his own cartoon. It came on the same time with the Happy Days cartoon came on. Remember everybody that got popular and trending, they gave him a cartoon. That is crazy. Laverne and Shirley had a cartoon. Smash that like, y'all. Yeah, back then we had imaginations. Now with the advent of augmented realities, everything changed. We don't believe shit unless TikTok tell us. If TikTok don't say it happened, we don't believe it. If it's not on Wikipedia or Google, it never existed. But think of the thousands of things that came and went. That, I mean, somewhere in the internet obscurity is there, but remember, it's so much stuff that came and went for us to get here thus far. ColecoVision, all type of shit. And a lot of that shit is still there waiting to be revisited. Nobody has thought of, remember in the 80s, Coca-Cola had did that new Coke shit and then went back to the original formula. I still say it was something to that, because what they do with all that new Coke, smash that like they wanted to be more like Pepsi. It's crazy, man. They maybe started a whole new soda company with the derivative. Right, that's what I'm saying. We'll take that shit at face value. Yep, American Graffiti. What was that? Who was that? Ron Howard. Ron Howard and did the guy that played Meathead Rob Reiner had something to do with that too? I know it was Ron Howard. Remember, he was instrumental in American pop culture like a mug. Opie Taylor. Opie Taylor, they let him live his life. Don't think so. MAGA is Trump party. Conservative Republicans don't believe in MAGA. That's what I'm saying. What are they gonna exist? Because MAGA consists of a whole lot of different branches. It's the poor people, the staunch supporters that, you know what I mean, buy into the ideology, and then it's the elites that, you know what I mean, blood sucking off of him like he blood sucking off of them. All of them know is a sham until the roof fall in, they ride it. Until the next candidate, I mean, in ideology, they push it. Smash that like y'all, shut me out. Harrison Ford, yeah, I like Harrison Ford as Han Solo. Also, that was Harrison Ford in the original Blade Runner too, right? But yeah, Harrison Ford, he a dope actor too. Him as Han Solo was dope, and you know he went on for the Indiana Jones trilogies. Him and I call him the clean Clint Eastwood. Him and Clint Eastwood are similar but different. Both of them got those crazy personas. Outlaw Josie Wells is a classic. What y'all got planned for the weekend? Yeah, Clint Eastwood like that. He a wild out. They did have the technology we had back then. You just either couldn't get the money or they didn't expose you to it or tell you that they was exposing you to it. You know, and that's what made it possible for us to even be able to absorb this technology. Is the and the indoctrination by way of the Jetsons and any other thing that was American pop culture. Now everything that they taught us as in baby language, like with cartoons and shit, is now reality, and we're able to accept it as adults. Do y'all see that? They told us about extraterrestrials and interaction with cavemen with Kazoo on the Flintstones, and they told you that it was going to be robot maids and the replicator from Star Trek and all that stuff. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, the Outlaw Josie Wales. You know what I'm saying? All them shits. Damn, you about to get that bread, Godfather. Smash that like. Fistful of dollars. All that shit, everything Clint Eastwood was doing, and and I also like Chuck Connors. He to me he's the predecessor of Clint Eastwood, Rifleman. Chuck Connors. Smash that like. And also, one of my favorites was that joint, a band called Horse. That's what it is. Found out. Cause anybody get that bread. Better get that bread and skid. But we about to wrap this up, man. Shout out everybody that came through and showed their support. Peace, Godfather, Insatiable, Sassy Mo, Ian, John, everybody that came through and